Hello and welcome back to Historian at Midnight. On the 6th of November, in the year 1730, in the small fortress town of Küstrin on the River Oder, a 26-year-old Prussian lieutenant named Hans Hermann von Katte was led out into a sand-covered courtyard just after breakfast, made to kneel and beheaded with a single stroke of a sword in front of a small, silent crowd of soldiers his own king had specifically ordered to attend. And it is worth naming, before this evening tells you anything else at all, exactly who else that same king had ordered to attend, because the whole of the extraordinary story this long night is about to walk you through actually begins at the single window directly above that same courtyard, where a young man not yet 19 years old, the king's own eldest son and the crown prince of Prussia, was held by two officers, his own face turned forcibly toward the glass by guards, under strict instruction that he was to watch every second of it, and did not so much as attempt to look away. The prince had cried out in the moments just before the blade fell, begging the condemned man's forgiveness for a friendship that was about to cost him his life, and Katte, by more than one surviving account, had called back up to the window that he was dying gladly for so dear a prince, before the guard beside him gave the signal, and it is worth sitting, honestly, with what this same young man actually did in the hours and days that followed, because he did not scream and did not weep openly where anyone could see him, and did not, so far as any surviving account records, ever fully forgive the father who had arranged for him to watch it. He fainted, some accounts tell us, the instant the blade fell, and had to be carried from the window by the same two guards who had held him there, and it would be more than 50 years, the whole length of an extraordinary reign this evening is about to spend a long night describing, before that same young man, grown old and famous and feared across the whole of Europe by then, under a name history would eventually attach the word great to, ever spoke about that particular morning again in anything more than a single guarded sentence. That young man's name was Frederick, and the king who had ordered him to watch a friend die outside his own prison window was his own father, Frederick William I of Prussia, and it is worth naming plainly exactly what kind of a state this brutal, freezing scene at Küstrin actually sat at the centre of, because nothing about the rest of tonight's long story makes sense without understanding it. Prussia, in the year of Katte's execution, was not yet the second most powerful kingdom on the European continent, and had no obvious reason to expect that it ever would be. A scattered, sandy, chronically poor patchwork of territories, strung out across the flat northern plain of Germany, with no natural frontiers, no significant mines, no great rivers of trade, and a population smaller than several of its own immediate neighbours, a kingdom, by nearly every conventional measure a European diplomat of the period might have reached for, that had no particular business becoming one of the handful of powers whose consent the rest of the continent would eventually be required to seek before it could safely go to war, negotiate a peace, or redraw a single border. And yet within the space of a single working lifetime, the lifetime of the very young man forced to watch his own closest friend die at a prison window in the freezing Prussian autumn of 1730, that same scattered and unpromising kingdom would fight and very nearly lose, and then somehow survive. A war against three of the largest and wealthiest powers in Europe simultaneously would seize and hold, through sheer nerve and superior generalship, a rich province its neighbours had every reason to expect it could never actually keep, would build, out of poor sandy soil and a treasury permanently stretched thin, an army so disciplined and so consistently effective that other European states spent the following century trying to copy it, and would leave behind it, when its own long reign finally ended, a Prussia transformed, in the plain and considered judgment of nearly every historian who has studied the period since, from a minor northern kingdom tolerated at the edges of European diplomacy into one of the 5 genuine great powers whose rivalry would go on to shape the whole of the following century, and whose particular fusion of disciplined military efficiency and administrative ruthlessness. This same evening's own earlier telling of a later German empire has already shown you being inherited, wholesale, by the men who finally unified Germany itself more than 80 years after this story's own central figure had died. Let us say the thesis plainly here at the very beginning. The way this room likes to, so that you carry the shape of the whole long night ahead of you before we ever properly start walking through it. Frederick II of Prussia turned a poor, exposed, and thoroughly unremarkable kingdom into a genuine European superpower, not through any single stroke of fortune or any single overwhelming natural advantage, the way a simpler story might prefer to tell it, but through a considerably more uncomfortable combination of inherited machinery, personal audacity, and a willingness to gamble his own kingdom's entire existence on battlefield decisions that could very easily, on more than one single afternoon. This evening is going to walk you through, in detail, have ended instead in Prussia's own complete and permanent destruction. He inherited, from the same harsh father who had forced him to watch a friend beheaded, a treasury genuinely full of gold and an army genuinely capable of using it. A machine built with a discipline this evening is going to describe honestly rather than sentimentally. And he took that same inherited machine and threw it, within months of his own father's death, directly at a province belonging to a young empress who had every reason in international law to expect Prussia's own continued friendship rather than a sudden invasion. We are going to walk through every one of the wars that machine then had to fight to hold on to what it had taken, the battles this king personally commanded won, and the ones he personally commanded lost, the philosopher he corresponded with for decades, and the philosopher he eventually drove out of his own kingdom in bitterness, the reforms he genuinely believed were owed to his own subjects, and the freedoms he never once seriously considered giving them, and the strange, guarded, and by any honest accounting genuinely lonely private life of a man who built one of the most feared armies in Europe, and then spent nearly every evening he could steal for himself playing the flute. And we are going to weigh all of it honestly against the very real cost this same transformation exacted, in Silesian farmland burned twice over, in Prussian villages emptied of every able-bodied man of fighting age, and in a Polish kingdom carved apart at a negotiating table its own people had no seat at, because a king this celebrated for turning a small country into a great one, we will find, left behind him a considerably more complicated ledger than the simple heroic portrait later ages, including one particular later regime this evening, will have real and uncomfortable cause to name directly before the night is through, generally preferred to hang on their own walls. It is worth naming too, before we go any further, exactly how much ground a case built this way actually has to cover, because Frederick is not a king who left behind one tidy campaign and a handful of scattered anecdotes the way some other figures this channel has spent a long night with previously did. His own footprint runs through a locked room in a border fortress, where a teenage prince nearly lost his own head over a foiled escape, through the gardens of a summer palace built specifically so its own owner would never again have to answer to another living soul, through the smoke of at least a dozen major battlefields fought across nearly the whole of his own 46-year reign, through a diplomatic reversal so total and so unexpected that European chancelleries still study it today as a case study in how allies can become enemies almost overnight, through the actual physical machinery of draining marshland and settling colonists that quietly rebuilt an exhausted kingdom once the shooting had finally stopped, and through a partition of a neighbouring nation carried out at a conference table with a candour about naked self-interest that this evening is not going to soften on this king's own behalf. It is a case that asks a considerable amount of patience of you this evening, and it is worth thanking you for it now, before we even properly begin, because the king at the centre of it earned, by any honest accounting, every bit of the long night he's about to take up in the hours ahead. Before we drift into the rest of this long night together, take a quiet moment to like this video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here, because that is the only reason I would ever want you to. If you are watching this on YouTube, you will find the Spotify link for this channel waiting down in the description, since these stories now go up there as well, often before they ever reach the same screen, and it is a comfortable place to keep listening if your eyes need a rest from the light. And if you're listening on Spotify right now, all you need to do is search Historian at Midnight on YouTube to find the rest of what this channel has to offer. And if you feel like it, leave your location and your local time down in the comments below. It's a small thing, but it helps other restless, sleepless people find their way to this same quiet corner of the internet, and there is something oddly comforting about knowing that somewhere out there, under a completely different sky, a stranger is settling into their own bed tonight to listen to this same slow unspooling of an old story. So let the room go quiet around you now. Let your eyes close or half close, whichever comes easier, and let the weight of the day finally slide off your shoulders and onto the mattress beneath you. Because what is coming tonight is long and old and does not need to be rushed to be understood. Dim whatever light you still have burning, if you have not already, and let yourself drift, unhurried, into the story of a frightened young prince watching a friend die outside a fortress window, and of how that same young man, against nearly every reasonable expectation the Europe of his own day had of him, went on to build one of the most formidable kingdoms the continent had ever seen. A boy who loved flutes and French poetry, and a father who could not forgive him for it. To understand the particular shape of the man who would eventually be forced to watch Kata die, we have to begin not with the crown prince himself at all, but with the father who made him, because almost nothing else in this whole long story makes sense without first sitting, honestly, with the specific and genuinely suffocating household Frederick was actually raised inside. Frederick William I had come to the Prussian throne in the year 1719, inheriting a kingdom his own father had only recently and rather grandly elevated from a mere electorate into a formal royal title, and had set about, almost from his very first days in power, remaking that same kingdom in an image so single-mindedly militarized and so relentlessly frugal that later historians would come to know him, with real and considered accuracy, as the Soldier King, a monarch who wore a plain military uniform in place of any of the silks and powdered wigs the other courts of Europe favoured, who slashed the lavish court expenditures his own father had run up building palaces and hosting entertainments, and who poured instead nearly every spare thaler his own treasury could produce into a standing army that would, by the end of his own reign, number something in the range of 80,000 men. An army genuinely enormous relative to Prussia's own comparatively small population, funded through a discipline of taxation, accounting, and personal royal austerity so total that Frederick William became, across the whole of Europe, a kind of byword for a certain flavour of grim, unglamorous, thoroughly unsentimental competence. It is worth adding honestly exactly what that same discipline actually looked like when it was turned, as it very often was, directly on the king's own son, because Frederick William's own vision of what a Prussian crown prince ought to be admitted almost no room at all for the boy Frederick actually turned out to become. The young prince, born in Berlin in January of 1712, showed, from a genuinely early age, a considerably stronger appetite for French literature, for poetry, for philosophy, and above all for music, than for the drilling, the hunting, and the blunt martial simplicity his own father prized above nearly every other virtue a son could possess. And it is hard not to notice how completely that same mismatch poisoned the relationship between them across the whole of Frederick's own childhood and adolescence, since Frederick William, genuinely alarmed at what he took to be an effeminate and dangerously unmanly softness in his own heir, responded not with patience, but with a regime of humiliation and physical violence. This tradition does not let pass lightly, beating the young prince in public on more than one documented occasion, mocking his own taste for French fashion and French verse in front of the assembled court, and confiscating, whenever he discovered them, the flute lessons and the French books the prince had been taking in secret from a tutor sympathetic enough to risk his own position by providing them. Frederick's own mother, Sophia Dorothea, a Hanoverian princess and the sister of the British King George II, offered what protection and what cultivated refinement she genuinely could inside a court her own husband had stripped of nearly every comfort, and it was largely through her own quiet encouragement and through the devotion of a beloved elder sister named Wilhelmina, with whom Frederick maintained one of the single, closest and most genuinely affectionate relationships of his entire life, that the young prince managed to keep alive through years of open paternal contempt, the intellectual and artistic interests his own father was determined to beat out of him entirely. It is worth sitting, briefly, with how completely that same contempt eventually curdled into something considerably darker, because it is the detail that actually sets the whole rest of tonight's opening story in motion. By the time Frederick had reached his late teenage years, the relationship between father and son had deteriorated into something approaching open warfare, conducted inside the walls of a single royal household, Frederick William subjecting his own heir to increasingly public and increasingly violent humiliations, on one particularly notorious occasion, dragging the prince by the hair across a room and beating him with a cane in full view of the assembled court staff, while Frederick, for his own part, grew increasingly desperate, increasingly withdrawn into the small circle of sympathetic friends and officers who shared his own genuine love of music and literature, and increasingly convinced by his own later account that his father's own violent unpredictability posed a real and escalating danger not merely to his own dignity, but very possibly to his own actual life. It was out of exactly that desperation and exactly that fear that the plan this evening's opening scene has already shown you the ending of was actually born, a plan hatched quietly between the Crown Prince and a small circle of trusted friends, chief among them the same Hans Hermann von Katter this evening has already introduced at the window above that Küstrin courtyard, to simply leave, to flee the whole of Prussia entirely and seek refuge in England, a country where Frederick's own mother's family still commanded real royal influence, and to escape once and for all a father whose own violent unpredictability had come, by the summer of 1730, to feel to a frightened 18-year-old considerably less like ordinary parental severity and considerably more like a genuine threat to his own survival, a plan discovered, and a friendship that cost exactly what a father intended it to cost. It is worth naming, honestly, exactly how badly and exactly how quickly that same escape plan actually fell apart, because the details matter enormously to understanding just how narrow Frederick's own eventual survival of it genuinely was. The scheme called for Frederick to slip away during a royal progress through the western provinces in the summer of 1730, ostensibly still touring alongside his own father's official retinue, and to make for the Dutch border and from there for England itself, with Katter and a second young officer named Peter Christoph Karl von Keith, arranged to assist the escape from different points along the route. But the plan was betrayed, whether through a servant's own loose talk or through Keith's own last-minute loss of nerve and confession, before Frederick had ever managed to actually cross a single border, and the Crown Prince was seized by his own father's direct order at the town of Steinsfurt in early August of 1730, still dressed, several accounts tell us, in the civilian clothes he had planned to travel in rather than his own military uniform, a detail Frederick William apparently found nearly as enraging as the escape attempt itself, it is hard not to notice what Frederick William did in the furious weeks that followed, because his own response went considerably further than any ordinary punishment a father might have inflicted on a disobedient son, since the king genuinely and repeatedly floated, in front of his own ministers, and in written correspondence historians have since had full access to, the possibility of having his own heir formally court-martialed for desertion, a capital offence under Prussian military law that could, in strict legal theory, have ended with Frederick's own execution, a threat serious enough that several of Frederick William's own advisers, and eventually the Holy Roman Emperor himself through diplomatic channels, felt compelled to intervene quietly on the Crown Prince's behalf, arguing, with real and evident anxiety, that no European monarchy could survive the precedent of a king executing his own son and heir over an escape attempt, however genuinely disobedient that attempt had been. It is worth naming plainly what happened instead, because the compromise Frederick William eventually settled on was, in its own way, nearly as brutal as the execution his own ministers had talked him out of. Frederick was stripped of his own military rank, imprisoned at the fortress of Kustrin under conditions this tradition describes as genuinely harsh, and forced to stand trial, alongside Kater, before a specially convened military tribunal that Frederick William himself packed with officers he judged sufficiently loyal to deliver whatever verdict he actually wanted, and it is worth adding, honestly, that even that same hand-picked tribunal balked at condemning the Crown Prince to death, finding him guilty only of the comparatively lesser offence of having failed in his own military duty, a verdict Frederick William, by several surviving accounts, received with open and furious disappointment. Kater received a considerably harsher sentence, initially fortress imprisonment, and it is hard not to notice what Frederick William did with that sentence once it reached his own desk, because the king personally overruled his own tribunal's judgment and ordered in his own hand that Kater be executed instead, a decision several of Frederick William's own ministers pleaded with him to reconsider, warning him plainly that so severe a punishment for an offence that had not, after all, actually succeeded, risked provoking exactly the kind of European diplomatic outrage his advisers had already warned him an execution of the Crown Prince himself would have caused. Frederick William did not reconsider. He ordered further that the execution be carried out not at some distant garrison town where his own son would never have to hear of it, but specifically at Kustrin, in the same fortress where Frederick himself was already being held and specifically arranged, in a detail this evening's opening scene has already shown you in full, that his own son be made to watch it from the window of his own prison cell, a punishment several later historians have read not merely as an act of grief-stricken royal fury, but as something considerably more calculated, a father's own deliberate and permanent lesson in exactly what disobedience to the Prussian crown was actually going to cost anyone close enough to the Crown Prince to matter, delivered in the single, most personally devastating way Frederick William could actually arrange it. It is worth sitting one final time with what that same morning actually did to the young man forced to watch it, because this tradition treats the scene at that Kustrin window as the genuine hinge on which the whole rest of Frederick's own character eventually turned. He had believed, by several accounts right up until the very final moments, that his own father's threats against Kater were themselves simply another calculated cruelty, a punishment meant to terrify rather than to actually be carried out, and the shock of watching that belief proven catastrophically wrong in a single stroke of a sword his own father had specifically ordered him to witness with his own eyes left Frederick, by every surviving account of his own behaviour in the weeks that immediately followed, genuinely and visibly broken, withdrawn, and for a time apparently uncertain whether his own sanity would actually recover from it at all. It is worth naming honestly that Frederick never again, for the whole of the following 56 years this evening is about to spend describing, spoke openly or at any real length about that same morning, a silence several biographers have read as its own kind of evidence, a wound this king carried privately and permanently, rather than one time healed, cleanly enough to be discussed the way he discussed nearly everything else about his own extraordinary life in the voluminous letters and memoirs he left behind him. A prince turned clerk, and the strange, grinding mercy that eventually grew out of a father's own cruelty. It is worth adding, though, exactly what Frederick William actually did with his own son once the immediate fury of that same execution had finally passed, because the arrangement that followed is one of the stranger and more genuinely instructive episodes in the whole of this evening's long story. Rather than release Frederick back into the ordinary life of a crown prince, Frederick William kept him confined at Küstrin for the better part of a further year, but reshaped that same confinement, deliberately, into something closer to a forced administrative apprenticeship than a simple punishment, assigning Frederick to work directly under the local Prussian civil administration, learning at ground level and with genuinely close royal supervision the actual daily machinery of provincial taxation, land management and agricultural policy that kept a Prussian district running, a curriculum Frederick William apparently intended not merely as further humiliation, but as a genuine, if brutally delivered education in exactly the kind of unglamorous administrative competence he himself had spent his own entire reign prizing above every other royal virtue. It is hard not to notice, honestly, what this same forced apprenticeship actually produced in Frederick, because whatever its own genuinely cruel origins, the young prince proved, by every surviving account of his own performance at Küstrin, to be a considerably more capable and considerably more attentive administrator than his own father had ever given him credit for being capable of, a competence Frederick would go on to draw directly on across the whole of his own eventual reign. And it is worth naming too that this same period marked the slow, halting, and never entirely complete beginning of an actual reconciliation between father and son, Frederick William gradually restoring his own heir's military rank and his own place at court across the following 2 years, even as the deeper wound this evening, as already described, never once fully closed between them. It is worth naming plainly the second condition Frederick William attached to that same gradual reconciliation, because it shaped the whole of the rest of Frederick's own private life in a way this evening is not going to soften on his own behalf. Frederick William insisted, over his own son's genuine and repeatedly expressed reluctance, that Frederick marry a minor German princess named Elizabeth Christine of Brunswick-Beven, a match arranged almost entirely for its own diplomatic convenience, rather than for any personal affection either party brought to it, and the marriage, solemnized in the summer of 1733, went on to become, by nearly every surviving account from those who actually observed the royal household across the following decades, a genuinely cold and genuinely distant one. A union Frederick tolerated rather than embraced, visited his own wife at rare and increasingly infrequent intervals once he came to the throne, and never allowed to set foot inside the private summer palace he would eventually build specifically as a retreat from precisely this kind of enforced obligation, a detail this evening's own later hours are going to return to directly when the time comes to weigh Frederick's own private life honestly, rather than folding it quietly into the background the way a more flattering retelling might prefer to. It was in the years immediately following that same enforced marriage, once Frederick William had finally granted his own son a measure of genuine independence, that Frederick built for himself, at a modest country estate called Rheinsberg, roughly 50 miles north of Berlin, the first genuinely happy chapter of his own adult life, and it is worth adding what he actually filled that same happiness with, because it tells us a great deal about the king he would go on to become, once his own father's death finally handed him a whole kingdom to remake in his own image rather than a single country estate, Frederick gathered around himself at Rheinsberg a small and genuinely devoted circle of musicians, poets, and philosophers, composed flute music of a quality several serious modern musicologists still take seriously on its own merits rather than merely as a royal curiosity, and began in these same Rheinsberg years an extraordinary correspondence with the French philosopher Voltaire, already by the mid-1730s one of the single most famous and most controversial writers in the whole of Europe, an exchange of letters that would run, with real interruptions this evening's own later hours are going to describe honestly, across the whole of the following 4 decades. It was out of that same early correspondence that Frederick produced in 1739 a genuinely striking piece of political philosophy titled The Anti-Machiavel, a point-by-point refutation of the 16th century Italian writer Niccolo Machiavelli's own notoriously cold-blooded manual for princely power, in which the young crown prince argued at real and evidently sincere length that a genuinely enlightened ruler owed his own subjects honesty, restraint, and a considered concern for their own welfare rather than the naked, calculating self-interest Machiavelli had once recommended, a text Voltaire himself helped edit and arrange for publication, and it is worth sitting, honestly, with a genuine and rather startling irony this same document was about to acquire, because the young philosopher prince who wrote so eloquently against princely deception and princely conquest was, within a matter of months of his own father's death, about to launch one of the single most calculated and most cynically opportunistic wars of territorial conquest. The 18th century would go on to witness a contradiction this evening is not going to let pass without naming it plainly, because it sits, honestly, at the very centre of everything else tonight still has left to tell you about this same complicated king. A kingdom built like a machine, and an army that machine existed almost entirely to feed. It is worth turning now, before we follow Frederick onto the battlefield at all, to the specific inheritance his own father actually left behind him, because nothing about the audacity of what Frederick did within months of receiving that inheritance makes any real sense, without first understanding just how unusual a machine Frederick William I had spent his own 27-year reign quietly assembling. Prussia, in the year of Frederick William's own accession in 1713, was a kingdom stitched together in a way this evening's own earlier telling of a much later German unification has already prepared you to recognise, out of scattered and often physically disconnected territories, the core lands of Brandenburg surrounding Berlin, a separate duchy of Prussia proper lying well to the east along the Baltic coast, and a scattering of smaller western holdings along the Rhine, none of them joined by any single continuous stretch of Prussian territory, a geography that left the whole kingdom permanently and structurally vulnerable to any determined neighbour willing to march an army straight through the gap, and it was precisely that vulnerability, several historians have since argued with real persuasiveness, that shaped nearly everything Frederick William went on to build in response to it. It is hard not to notice, too, the specific and genuinely unusual choices Frederick William made in response to that same vulnerability, because they departed, in nearly every particular, from how most other European monarchs of his own generation preferred to display their own royal power. Where the French court at Versailles, and a great many smaller German courts that consciously imitated it, poured their own treasuries into palaces, ballets, and elaborate royal ceremony, Frederick William stripped his own court of nearly every such extravagance, dismissing musicians and reducing his own personal household to a scale several visiting foreign diplomats described with genuine astonishment as barely distinguishable from that of a moderately prosperous country gentleman, and redirected the considerable savings that same austerity produced almost entirely into military spending, building, across his own reign, a standing army that by the 1740s numbered somewhere in the range of 80,000 men, a force that placed Prussia, by simple raw numbers, among the largest standing armies anywhere in Europe. Despite a total kingdom population of only around 2.5 million people, a ratio of soldiers to civilians so far out of proportion to Prussia's own modest size that the diplomat and writer Mirabeau would later famously observe that most states possessed an army, but that in Prussia's own peculiar case, the army quite plainly possessed the state instead. It is worth naming honestly the specific administrative machinery Frederick William actually built to make an army of that size financially sustainable, because it is this same machinery, considerably more than any single battlefield victory, that Frederick himself would go on to inherit and put directly to use. Frederick William established a centralised bureaucratic body called the General Directory in 1723, a genuinely innovative piece of administrative engineering for its own period that consolidated the collection of taxes, the management of crown lands, and the financing of the army, all under a single, tightly supervised structure, answerable directly to the king rather than scattered across the semi-independent local institutions that govern taxation in most other German states, a reform that let Frederick William extract, with a consistency and a predictability few of his own European rivals could match, a steady and reliable stream of revenue from a kingdom that possessed, on paper, considerably less obvious wealth than France, Austria, or Britain. He instituted, too, a system of military recruitment called the canton system, dividing the kingdom into defined districts, each formally responsible for supplying and maintaining a specific regiment, a system that let Prussia raise and, crucially, quickly remobilise a genuinely large standing army without the crippling expense of paying every single one of those soldiers a full-time wage across the many peaceful years in which they were not actually needed on any battlefield, since a significant portion of the canton system's own recruits served on extended furlough, returning to their own farms and their own ordinary civilian trades for the greater part of each year, and reassembling into full regiments only when the king actually required it. It is worth adding too, honestly, the genuinely eccentric and genuinely troubling edge to this same military obsession, because Frederick William's own devotion to his army occasionally curdled into something considerably stranger than ordinary strategic prudence. The king maintained, at real and by most contemporary accounts genuinely disproportionate expense, an elite regiment of exceptionally tall soldiers, known across Europe as the Potsdam Giants, recruiting men, sometimes through straightforward payment and sometimes, several documented cases tell us, through outright coercion and even kidnapping carried out by royal agents operating in foreign territory, specifically for their own unusual height. A personal obsession that consumed a genuinely startling proportion of the royal treasury for a unit whose actual combat value several of Frederick William's own generals privately questioned, and it is worth naming this same eccentricity honestly, alongside everything else this evening has told you about Frederick William's own considerable administrative genius, because it is a reminder that the machine Frederick eventually inherited was built by a genuinely complicated man, brilliant in his own fiscal and organisational judgment, and, in this one particular obsession at least, genuinely and rather absurdly indulgent in a manner that sat oddly beside the otherwise austere and unsentimental character. This whole evening has already described him embodying in nearly every other part of his own life. And it is worth remembering finally exactly what state that same machine was actually left in when Frederick William died at Potsdam on the 31st of May 1740, because the specific figures matter enormously to understanding what his own son was actually able to do with them almost immediately afterward. Frederick William left behind him a treasury holding something in the range of 8 million thalers in ready reserve, an army of roughly 80,000 exceptionally well-drilled men, and a fiscal and administrative system capable of supporting both without the kind of crushing public debt that hobbled several of Prussia's own considerably larger and considerably wealthier neighbours. An inheritance this evening's own next hours are about to show you Frederick spending, with a speed and an audacity his own cautious and defensively minded father had never once seriously contemplated, on a war of outright territorial conquest launched within a matter of months of the old king's own funeral, a king for 8 months, and a war within weeks of that. Frederick William I died on the 31st of May 1740, and it is worth naming honestly exactly what kind of a reconciliation father and son had actually managed to reach by the time that same death finally arrived, because the old king, in his own final days, is reported by more than one account to have looked at the son he had once nearly had executed, and to have said, with what several biographers read as genuine and rather startling tenderness, given everything that had passed between them, that he could now die in peace, having left behind him so worthy a successor. A deathbed reconciliation this evening is not going to pretend, erase the whole of what that same father had once done to that same son at a Austrian prison window, but one worth naming honestly all the same, because Frederick himself, by his own later account, appears to have received it with real emotion, rather than the cold detachment a more embittered son might reasonably have offered in return. Frederick ascended the Prussian throne at 28 years old, and it is hard not to notice, too, just how quickly the new king moved to signal, in a series of early decisions, that his own reign would look genuinely different from his own father's, in at least a handful of specific and carefully chosen ways, abolishing judicial torture within weeks of his own accession, a genuinely significant piece of enlightened legal reform this evening's own later hours are going to return to directly, relaxing the strict press censorship his own father had maintained, and inviting a number of scholars and philosophers, including for a period the same Voltaire whose own correspondence had already shaped so much of his own thinking at Rheinsberg, to consider taking up residence at his own court. But it is worth naming, plainly and without any softening, exactly what this same newly reforming king actually did within a matter of only a few months of that same accession, because it is the single most consequential decision of Frederick's entire reign, and it sits in a genuinely uncomfortable tension with nearly everything the anti-Machiavel had argued only the previous year. The Holy Roman Emperor, Charles VI, died in October of 1740, only months after Frederick William himself, leaving the whole of the sprawling and multi-ethnic Habsburg territories, spanning Austria, Bohemia, Hungary, and a considerable stretch of the Italian peninsula besides, to his own 23-year-old daughter, Maria Theresa, an inheritance the Habsburgs had spent years attempting to secure through a formal diplomatic instrument called the Pragmatic Sanction, a document explicitly guaranteeing the indivisibility of Habsburg territory under a female heir in the absence of any surviving male line, and a document Prussia itself, under Frederick William, had formally and repeatedly guaranteed to honour. It is hard not to notice, too, exactly what Frederick actually did with that same guarantee the moment its own practical usefulness to Austria was actually tested, because rather than honouring it, the new Prussian king judged, with a coldness this evening is not going to pretend was anything other than genuinely and deliberately calculating, that a young, untested, and by his own private estimation almost certainly overwhelmed new empress, facing simultaneous challenges to her own inheritance from Bavaria, Saxony and France besides, represented an opportunity too valuable to pass up, and in December of 1740, with no formal declaration of war and no advance diplomatic warning worth the name, Frederick marched a Prussian army of roughly 27,000 men directly into the rich, populous, and overwhelmingly Habsburg-loyal province of Silesia, a territory to which Prussia held, at absolute best, a genuinely tenuous and largely dormant legal claim dating back generations, a claim Frederick himself, in private correspondence historians have since had full access to, appears to have treated considerably more as a convenient pretext than as any genuine motivating grievance. It is worth sitting, honestly, with how audacious, and by nearly every conventional standard of 18th century diplomacy, how genuinely reckless this same decision actually was, because Frederick was gambling, in the opening weeks of a reign not yet even 8 months old, the whole of the disciplined and expensive machine his own father had spent 27 years assembling on a single roll of the dice against a legitimate sovereign whose own territory Prussia had, only recently and in writing, sworn to respect. It is worth naming, too, plainly, the specific and rather startlingly cynical private explanation Frederick himself later offered for exactly why he had actually done it, admitting, in his own later writings and correspondence, that ambition, the desire for glory, and a simple, calculating assessment of Austria's own present weakness had driven the decision far more than any genuine legal grievance over Silesia's own historical status ever had. A level of candour about his own motives this evening has found, in remarkably few other monarchs, this whole channel has spent a long night describing, and one that sets the tone, honestly, for nearly everything else Frederick is about to do across the whole of the rest of this long story. A young empress with an empty treasury and a war that would not end. It is worth naming first exactly what kind of a fight Frederick's own invasion actually provoked, because the war that followed the seizure of Silesia grew, within only a few short months, into a conflict that drew in nearly every major power on the European continent. A general struggle over the whole of the Habsburg inheritance that historians now call the War of the Austrian Succession, with France, Bavaria and Spain all moving to press their own separate territorial claims against the young Maria Theresa, the moment Frederick's own invasion had demonstrated plainly and publicly just how vulnerable her own untested inheritance actually was. While Britain, wary of French gains on the continent, moved eventually to support the Austrian cause instead, so that a dispute that had begun as a single Prussian king's own calculated land grab widened, within less than a year, into a general European war fought simultaneously across Central Europe, the Italian peninsula, and, before it was through, the colonial territories of North America and India as well. It is worth adding, honestly, exactly how badly Frederick's own first real experience of battlefield command actually went, because it complicates, considerably, any picture of this same king as a natural military genius who simply arrived on the battlefield already fully formed. At the Battle of Mollwitz, fought on the 10th of April, 1741, against an Austrian force under the command of Field Marshal Wilhelm Reinhard von Neipperg, Frederick, still only months into his own first real campaign, found himself, partway through the fighting, convinced by his own senior general, the veteran Field Marshal Kurt Christoph von Schwerin, that the Prussian position had collapsed beyond any hope of recovery, and Frederick, accepting that judgment, actually left the field of battle himself, riding some distance away from the fighting on Schwerin's own urgent advice that the king's own capture or death would be a genuinely catastrophic loss for Prussia, regardless of how the battle itself turned out. It is hard not to notice what happened in the young king's own absence, because it is one of the more genuinely humbling episodes of his entire career, since the Prussian infantry, drilled to a standard of discipline and rate of fire that Frederick William's own decades of relentless training had instilled in them, long before his son had ever commanded a single soldier in earnest, held their own ground, and eventually won the battle outright without their own king anywhere near the actual fighting, so that Frederick's own first military victory was won, in the most literal and most genuinely embarrassing sense, by an army his own father had built rather than by any generalship Frederick himself had actually contributed to it, a lesson in the gap between inherited machinery and personal command, Frederick appears to have taken to heart with real and lasting seriousness across every campaign that followed. It is worth naming too that the First Silesian War, as this opening phase of the wider conflict came to be called, ground on for a further year after Mollwitz, through a further major engagement at Schottisitz in the spring of 1742 that ended this time in a considerably more genuine and considerably more personally earned Prussian victory, before Maria Theresa, facing simultaneous threats from France and Bavaria on other fronts, and judging with real strategic clarity that she could not afford to keep fighting Prussia for a single province, while her own larger inheritance remained under threat elsewhere, agreed to the Peace of Breslau in the summer of 1742, ceding the great majority of Silesia to Prussian control in exchange for Frederick's own withdrawal from the wider war then still raging around her. Frederick, having secured exactly what he had actually invaded for, promptly did withdraw, leaving his own nominal allies, France and Bavaria chief among them, to continue fighting Austria without him, a piece of calculated self-interest several contemporary European diplomats found genuinely shocking even by the generally unsentimental standards of 18th century power politics. And it is worth naming, honestly, that Frederick would go on to repeat almost exactly this same pattern, entering and exiting alliances strictly according to Prussia's own immediate interest rather than any deeper loyalty to whichever partner he happened to be fighting alongside at any given moment, a habit that won him, across the whole of his own reign, a reputation for brilliance in the narrow tactical sense, and for a genuinely corrosive unreliability in the broader diplomatic one. It is hard not to notice too that this same peace did not actually hold for very long, because Maria Theresa, having stabilised her own position against France and Bavaria by 1744, began moving, with real and evident determination, toward reclaiming the province she had only ever surrendered under duress. And Frederick, watching those same preparations with genuine alarm, struck first rather than wait to be struck, opening what historians call the Second Silesian War in the summer of 1744 with a fresh invasion of Habsburg Bohemia. The fighting that followed proved considerably harder and considerably more genuinely uncertain than the First War had been, Frederick suffering real reverses across the winter of 1744 into 1745, as Austrian and Allied Saxon forces pushed the overextended Prussian army back toward its own home territory, before Frederick, drawing on lessons this evening's own earlier telling of Mollwitz has already prepared you to appreciate, won a genuinely decisive and genuinely well-commanded victory at the Battle of Hohenfriedberg in June of 1745, a battle several military historians still cite as the moment Frederick's own generalship first matured into something approaching the reputation later ages would attach to it, catching a combined Austrian and Saxon army by surprise through a rapid, carefully concealed night march, and shattering it in a matter of hours through a coordinated assault of infantry, cavalry and artillery that inflicted casualties several times heavier on the Allied side than on his own. Further Prussian victories followed at Soor later that same year, and, through a Prussian Allied force, at Kesselsdorf that December, and it was on the strength of that same accumulating run of battlefield success that Maria Theresa finally agreed, in the Treaty of Dresden signed on the 25th of December 1745, to a peace that confirmed, this time on considerably firmer and considerably more permanent terms, Prussian possession of the whole of Silesia, a rich and populous province whose annexation very nearly doubled Prussia's own existing tax revenue at a single stroke, and whose seizure and successful defence, across two hard-fought wars in barely 5 years, had transformed Frederick in the eyes of every other court in Europe, from an untested young king who had once had to be talked off his own battlefield by a more experienced general into a genuinely formidable military power, whose own future intentions every one of his own neighbours now had real and urgent cause to watch closely. Sans Souci, and a philosopher who came to argue and stayed for a while to quarrel. It is worth turning now, before this evening follows Frederick back onto an even larger and considerably more dangerous battlefield, to the decade of comparative peace that followed the Treaty of Dresden, because it is in these same years, between 1745 and 1756, that Frederick built, at Potsdam just outside Berlin, the Summer Palace that would come to define the private half of his own public image for the whole of the following 2.5 centuries. Sans Souci, a name borrowed directly from the French phrase meaning without a care, was completed in 1747 to Frederick's own personal architectural specifications, a comparatively modest single-storey residence by the standards of the great palaces other European monarchs were building in this same period, deliberately designed, several architectural historians have since argued, to function considerably more like a private retreat for a single, genuinely reclusive man than like a formal seat of state power, meant to overawe visiting ambassadors, its own terraced vineyard hillside and its own carefully landscaped gardens, offering Frederick a version of the same undisturbed, unsupervised solitude he had once so desperately wanted, as a teenager plotting an escape to England, and had never actually been permitted to have. It is worth naming, plainly, exactly what Frederick actually filled that same solitude with, because it tells us a great deal about the private man this evening's own earlier hours have already shown you being beaten into a considerably harder public shape by his own father. He surrounded himself at Sans Souci with musicians, composed and performed flute concertos of a technical sophistication several serious modern musicologists still take seriously as genuine artistic achievement rather than mere royal indulgence, and maintained, across a period of real and evidently sincere collaboration, a household ensemble that included, for a portion of these same years, the composer Carl Philipp Emanuel Bach, serving as his own court harpsichordist, a connection that produced in 1747 one of the more genuinely charming footnotes in the whole history of European music, when the younger Bach's own father, Johann Sebastian Bach, by then an elderly and internationally renowned composer in his own right, visited Frederick's court at Potsdam and was invited, on the spot, to improvise a fugue on a musical theme the king himself had composed, a challenge the elder Bach met so completely that he went on, in the months that followed, to compose an entire elaborate musical work built around that same royal theme, published under the title A Musical Offering, and dedicated, in terms of genuine and considered respect, directly to the Prussian king who had proposed it. It was into this same intellectual and artistic household that Frederick, in 1750, finally succeeded in luring the correspondent whose letters had shaped so much of his own early thinking at Rheinsberg, inviting Voltaire, by then arguably the single most famous writer in the whole of Europe, to take up permanent residence at the Prussian court with a substantial royal pension attached, and it is worth sitting honestly with how genuinely promising that same arrangement looked at its own beginning. Two of the sharpest and most self-consciously witty minds of their entire century, finally sharing a single dinner table night after night, exchanging philosophy, poetry, and the kind of biting, mutually admiring conversation neither man found easily anywhere else in Europe. It is hard not to notice, too, exactly how quickly that same promising arrangement actually curdled, because both Frederick and Voltaire were, by nearly every contemporary account, men of genuinely formidable and genuinely difficult temperament, each accustomed to being the single sharpest and most dominant intellectual presence in any room he occupied, and the friction between two such personalities sharing a single small court eventually erupted into open and increasingly bitter conflict, centred above all on a public dispute between Voltaire and the president of Frederick's own Berlin Academy of Sciences, a French mathematician named Pierre-Louis Maupertuis, a quarrel Voltaire pursued with such savage and such publicly humiliating wit in a satirical pamphlet called The Diatribe of Dr. Akakia, that Frederick, who had personally appointed Maupertuis to his own academy and took the attack as a direct insult to his own royal judgment, ordered the pamphlet publicly burned and Voltaire himself formally reprimanded. Voltaire, furious and humiliated in turn, resolved to leave Prussia entirely, and it is worth naming too the genuinely undignified final act of this whole falling out, because Voltaire's own departure from Frankfurt in 1753, technically still Prussian territory at the time, was delayed for weeks by Prussian officials acting under Frederick's own orders, who detained the philosopher and searched his own luggage for a volume of the king's own private poetry. Frederick was determined not to let leave his own kingdom in an uncontrolled copy, an episode both men found, by their own later separate accounts, genuinely humiliating, and one that left the friendship, though it would eventually resume in a considerably cooler and more distant written correspondence across the following 2 decades, permanently altered by the memory of exactly how badly 2 brilliant men sharing a single royal dinner table had ultimately failed to actually get along with one another. Enlightened up to a point, and not one single step further. It is worth turning now, before this evening follows Frederick back into war, to what he actually did with a considerable governing power a decade of comparative peace had left sitting entirely in his own hands, because the reforms Frederick undertook across these same years earned him, from Voltaire and from a great many other Enlightenment writers besides, the title of an enlightened monarch, and it is worth taking that same title seriously enough to actually examine what it did and did not mean in practice. Frederick abolished judicial torture within weeks of his own accession in 1740, a genuinely significant break from the legal practice of nearly every other European monarchy of his own period, and pursued, across the whole of his own reign, an ambitious project of legal codification intended to replace the tangled, inconsistent patchwork of local customary law then governing his own scattered territories with a single, rationally organised legal code, a project that would not actually reach completion until after his own death, emerging in 1794 as the Allgemeines Landrecht, the general state laws, a code several legal historians still credit as one of the more genuinely sophisticated pieces of Enlightenment-era legal reform anywhere in Europe. He pursued, too, a policy of religious toleration considerably broader than nearly any other European court of his own period was willing to countenance, famously declaring, in a marginal note on an official document concerning Catholic schools in his own overwhelmingly Protestant kingdom, that in his own state everyone could reach heaven in whatever fashion he personally preferred, a genuinely striking sentiment for an 18th century monarch to commit to writing, and one Frederick backed with real policy, welcoming Catholic worship, permitting the Jesuit order to continue operating openly in Prussian Silesia even after other Catholic powers had suppressed it, and extending, though with real and documented limits this evening is not going to pretend away, a degree of legal protection to Prussia's own Jewish communities considerably broader than the outright expulsions and pogroms still common elsewhere on the continent, even as the specific terms of his own 1750 revised general privilege still imposed considerable restrictions on where Prussian Jews could settle, what trades they could practice, and how large their own communities were permitted to grow. It is worth naming, too, the considerably more unglamorous but genuinely consequential agricultural reforms Frederick pursued across these same years, because they mattered enormously to the ordinary daily welfare of a far larger number of his own subjects than any single piece of legal codification ever did. Frederick promoted, with a persistence several contemporary accounts describe as genuinely obsessive, the widespread cultivation of the potato across his own kingdom, a crop still viewed with real suspicion by a great many ordinary Prussian farmers and later folklore, whether or not every specific detail survives strict historical scrutiny, credits the king with a particularly clever piece of psychological engineering to overcome exactly that suspicion, ordering royal potato fields planted and then conspicuously guarded by soldiers, a display of apparent royal possessiveness calculated to convince nearby peasants that whatever crop required this much protection must be valuable enough to steal, after which the guards were quietly instructed to look the other way while exactly that theft and the resulting spread of potato cultivation into ordinary Prussian farmland actually occurred. Frederick also pursued a genuinely significant program of land reclamation, most notably along the marshy, flood-prone valley of the river Oder, known as the Uderbruch, draining and resettling tens of thousands of acres of previously unusable wetland across the course of his own reign, a project Frederick himself, by his own later account, considered among the proudest achievements of his entire life, reportedly remarking that he had conquered a province in peace that had cost him not a single soldier, a considerably gentler kind of conquest than the one this evening has already described him carrying out in Silesia only a few years earlier. But it is worth naming too, honestly and without any softening, exactly where this same enlightenment actually stopped, because the limits mattered every bit as much to the ordinary experience of Frederick's own subjects as the reforms themselves did. Frederick ruled, across the whole of his own 46-year reign, as an absolute monarch in every meaningful sense of that term, governing through his own personal decree rather than through any elected body, any independent judiciary, or any meaningful check on his own royal will beyond the practical limits of what his own bureaucracy could actually enforce, a style of rule historians have since taken to calling enlightened absolutism or enlightened despotism, precisely because it combined genuine intellectual sympathy for Enlightenment ideas about reason, tolerance, and the rational improvement of society, with an absolutely undiminished insistence that every one of those improvements be handed down from the throne rather than claimed by the people they actually affected. Serfdom, the system of hereditary agricultural bondage that still bound the great majority of ordinary Prussian peasants to the land and to the will of their own aristocratic landlords, remained, across the whole of Frederick's own reign, almost entirely untouched on the private estates of the same Junker nobility. This evening's own earlier telling of a later German empire has already described supplying the officer corps of the Prussian army, since Frederick, whatever his own private philosophical objections to the institution, judged the political cost of genuinely confronting his own landed aristocracy considerably too high a price to actually pay for reforms he was, in any case, considerably more inclined to apply to his own crown lands alone than to the kingdom's private estates as a whole. It is worth remembering, too, that the same king who wrote so eloquently in the Anti-Machiavel about a ruler's genuine obligations to his own people never once seriously entertained sharing an ounce of his own actual political power with those same people. A summary of the whole contradiction that one later historian would eventually distill into a single, genuinely useful phrase, describing Frederick's own particular style of enlightened rule as everything for the people and absolutely nothing by them. A diplomatic revolution, and a king who very nearly did not see it coming in time. It is worth turning now at last to the far larger and far more dangerous war this evening's opening scenes have already promised you, because the decade of comparative peace that followed the Treaty of Dresden came to an abrupt and genuinely alarming end in the mid-1750s, when the whole traditional architecture of European alliance suddenly and almost completely inverted itself around Frederick's own kingdom. For as long as anyone then living could actually remember, the defining rivalry of European diplomacy had run between the House of Habsburg, ruling from Vienna, and the House of Bourbon, ruling from both Paris and Madrid, a rivalry so old and so seemingly permanent that Prussia's own alliance with Britain, itself a long-standing rival of France, had felt, across the whole of Frederick's own first two Silesian wars, like the natural and dependable order of things. It is hard not to notice, too, exactly how completely and how quietly that same order actually came apart, because Austria's own foreign minister, a genuinely brilliant and genuinely patient diplomat named Wenzel Anton von Kaunitz, spent years quietly working to engineer precisely the opposite alignment, persuading the French court, still smarting from Frederick's own earlier opportunistic betrayal during the War of the Austrian Succession, that an alliance with Vienna against Prussia now served French interests considerably better than the older Habsburg rivalry ever had, while simultaneously courting the Russian Empire under the Empress Elizabeth, a monarch who had, by several accounts, developed a genuine and deeply personal loathing for Frederick after years of his own sharply worded private letters mocking her court and her own person, eventually found their way, through diplomatic channels, back to St. Petersburg. It is worth naming plainly what this same quiet diplomatic engineering actually produced by the beginning of 1756, because the resulting arrangement, historians have called it the diplomatic revolution ever since, left Frederick facing the very real prospect of a coordinated assault from Austria, France and Russia simultaneously, three of the largest and wealthiest powers on the entire European continent, arrayed against a kingdom whose own total population remained smaller than any single one of theirs individually. Frederick, learning of the emerging coalition through his own network of spies and diplomatic contacts across the early months of 1756, moved with the same decisive speed that had once carried him into Silesia, first securing, through the Treaty of Westminster signed in January of that same year, a defensive understanding with Britain, and then, judging that his own kingdom's only real hope of survival lay in striking before the full weight of the coalition against him could actually be assembled and coordinated, launched, without any formal declaration of war, a preemptive invasion of the neighbouring German state of Saxony in August of 1756, opening what history would come to remember as the 7 Years' War, a conflict that would, before it finally ended, spread across nearly the whole of the European continent, and, through parallel colonial fighting in North America and India this evening, is not going to follow into their own separate detail tonight, come to be counted by several modern historians as something genuinely close to the first true world war the planet had ever actually witnessed. A war on 3 fronts, and a kingdom that had no reasonable business surviving it. It is worth naming honestly exactly how badly the odds this same war actually presented were stacked against Frederick's own kingdom, because it is the fact this entire long chapter of tonight's story keeps circling back to. Prussia, even at the height of the military machine Frederick William had built, and his own son had further refined, could field, across the whole of the war that followed, something in the range of 150,000 men at any single moment, a genuinely formidable force for a kingdom of Prussia's own modest size, but a force that stood, arrayed against it across the whole of the following 7 years, opposed by a combined coalition whose own total available manpower ran into the many hundreds of thousands, and it is worth naming plainly, before this evening walks you through a single battle of the war that followed, that Frederick himself understood the arithmetic of that same imbalance with real and unsentimental clarity, writing to his own sister Wilhelmina, the same beloved sibling whose own quiet affection had helped him survive his own father's cruelty decades earlier, that he was about to fight for the very existence of his own kingdom against enemies who wanted nothing less than its complete destruction, and that he intended to fight to the last extremity rather than survive as anything less than a genuinely sovereign king. The initial invasion of Saxony in August of 1756 went, from a purely military standpoint, almost exactly as Frederick had planned it. Prussian forces overrunning the small and militarily unprepared Saxon kingdom within weeks, and trapping its own army, cornered against the fortress of Pirna, into an eventual surrender that let Frederick absorb a considerable number of captured Saxon soldiers directly into his own ranks. A characteristically ruthless piece of military efficiency several contemporary observers found genuinely shocking, even by the standards of the era. It was in the opening battle of the wider war that followed, fought at Lobositz in Bohemia in October of 1756, against an Austrian relief force attempting to break through to the besieged Saxons, that Frederick secured a hard-fought and somewhat costly tactical victory, a battle that set, in miniature, the pattern the whole of the following 2 years would follow: real Prussian tactical skill, winning individual engagements against an enemy whose own total numbers meant that no single victory, however cleanly executed, could ever fully resolve the underlying imbalance of the war as a whole. It is worth naming too, honestly, that the year 1757 opened with a considerably harsher lesson in exactly that same imbalance than Frederick had likely expected, because at the Battle of Kolin, fought that June against an Austrian army under the command of Field Marshal Leopold Joseph von Daun, Frederick suffered the first genuinely major defeat of his own military career, a costly and badly mismanaged assault against a well-entrenched Austrian position that forced him to abandon an ongoing siege of Prague and retreat, in real disorder, back toward his own home territory, a defeat serious enough that several of Frederick's own contemporaries, and a fair number of later historians besides, have identified it as the single closest Prussia came, across the whole of the following 7 years, to outright and immediate collapse, since the defeat at Kolin encouraged both France and a newly assembled army of the Holy Roman Empire's own smaller states, the so-called Reichsarmee, to press their own advance against Prussia's exposed western territories at almost exactly the same moment Russian forces were beginning to press in from the east. A battle historians still teach, more than 2.5 centuries later, as a masterpiece of the tactical art. It is worth turning now to the single most celebrated victory of Frederick's entire military career, because it arrived in November of 1757, at a moment when Prussia's own strategic position could scarcely have looked more genuinely desperate. A combined French and Reichsarmee force, numbering something in the range of 41,000 men, advancing on a considerably smaller Prussian army, roughly 22,000 strong, near the small Saxon village of Rossbach, in what the Allied commanders openly and rather carelessly expected to be little more than a mopping-up operation against an already badly weakened enemy. It's hard not to notice, too, exactly how completely that same confidence was about to be punished, because Frederick, watching the Allied army's own considerably clumsy attempt to manoeuvre around his own flank, recognised the opportunity it presented with a speed his own opponents never once managed to match, striking the exposed Allied column with a devastating combination of cavalry under the command of General Friedrich Wilhelm von Seydlitz, and a concentrated artillery bombardment from a hill Frederick had specifically positioned his own guns to command. A coordinated assault so swift and so overwhelming that the entire battle, by most careful modern reckoning, lasted little more than an hour and a half from its own opening cannon, shot to the Allied army's own complete and disorganised route, inflicting casualties on the combined French and Reichsarmee force many times heavier than the comparatively light losses Frederick's own considerably smaller army actually suffered in return. It is worth naming, plainly, exactly why this same battle has gone on to occupy the particular place it still holds in the serious study of military history, because Rossbach is taught to this day in military academies across a great many different nations, not merely as a Prussian victory, but as one of the cleanest surviving demonstrations anywhere in the whole of 18th century warfare of how superior mobility, superior coordination between different branches of an army, and a genuinely decisive instinct for exploiting an opponent's own momentary confusion could overcome a considerable numerical disadvantage almost entirely through the quality of command alone. A battle fought in a single freezing December afternoon, and an army that sang before it had even finished burying its own dead. It is worth turning next to the second, and in its own way, even more consequential victory Frederick won in that same extraordinary final month of 1757, because barely 3 weeks after Rossbach, with an Austrian army under Field Marshal Charles of Lorraine having meanwhile occupied nearly the whole of Silesia in his own absence, Frederick marched his own exhausted army east at a punishing pace and met that same considerably larger Austrian force, numbering something in the range of 66,000 men against his own roughly 35,000, near the Silesian village of Leuthen on the 5th of December. It is worth naming honestly the specific tactical device Frederick actually used to overcome that same considerable numerical disadvantage, because it is the single manoeuvre most closely associated with his own name in the whole of military history, a formation historians call the oblique order, in which Frederick, rather than attacking along the whole length of the Austrian line at once, deliberately concentrated the overwhelming bulk of his own infantry and artillery against one single end of that same line, while holding the rest of his own army deliberately weak and refused, screened from Austrian view by a low ridge of hills, so that the actual weight of the Prussian assault fell in devastating and concentrated force against a single Austrian flank the Austrian commanders had no reason to expect would bear the brunt of the entire battle at all. The Austrian line, rolled up from one end by an assault it had never anticipated, and unable to reposition its own considerably more cumbersome and considerably less well-drilled formations quickly enough to respond, collapsed within a matter of hours into a full and increasingly disorganized retreat, Prussian forces inflicting casualties in killed, wounded and captured combined on something approaching half the entire Austrian army that had marched into the battle that same morning. It is worth adding too the detail this same battle is remembered for beyond its own considerable tactical brilliance, because it is one of the genuinely striking human moments this whole long war produced. In the freezing dusk that followed the battle's own end, as exhausted Prussian soldiers began making camp among the dead and the captured on the field at Leuthen, a single grenadier, several surviving accounts tell us, began singing, unprompted and entirely without any order from his own officers, the old Lutheran hymn Nun danket alle Gott, now thank we all our God, and the song spread, voice by voice and regiment by regiment, until something approaching the whole of Frederick's own surviving army stood singing together in the winter dark over a battlefield still scattered with the previous afternoon's own dead, a spontaneous and genuinely moving piece of collective relief this tradition has preserved, across nearly 3 centuries since, as one of the single most human images to survive from the whole of the 7 Years' War. A reminder, amid all the tactical brilliance this evening has just spent so long describing, that the men actually fighting and dying to make that same brilliance possible were, for one single evening at least, permitted to simply feel, together and out loud, the sheer relief of having somehow survived it. It is worth naming honestly that the 2 victories at Rossbach and Leuthen, however dazzling, didn't actually end the war and didn't even come close to ending it, because Russia and Austria both still possessed armies considerably larger than anything Prussia could field, and the following 2 years ground on through a grim and increasingly costly sequence of further engagements that tested Frederick's own army and Frederick's own nerve in ways the clean tactical triumphs of late 1757 had not fully prepared either one for. At Zorndorf, in August of 1758, Frederick fought a Russian army under General William Fermor to what most careful modern accounts describe as a bloody and essentially indecisive draw, a battle notable chiefly for the sheer, grinding scale of its own mutual slaughter, rather than for any clean tactical resolution on either side. And only weeks later, in October of that same year, an Austrian force under Field Marshal Daun caught Frederick's own army entirely by surprise in a pre-dawn assault at Hochkirch, inflicting a genuine and costly Prussian defeat that cost Frederick a considerable number of his own guns and several of his own most experienced senior officers, a reminder arriving barely a year after Luthen's own triumph of exactly how quickly even Frederick's own celebrated tactical instincts could be undone by a single night of insufficient vigilance, a defeat so total that the king who survived it carried poison in his own pocket afterward. It is worth turning now, though, to the single darkest afternoon of Frederick's entire military career, because at the Battle of Kunersdorf, fought on the 12th of August 1759, against a combined Russian and Austrian army holding strong defensive positions on high ground east of Frankfurt and der Oder, Frederick suffered a defeat so total and so nearly fatal to his own kingdom's continued existence that it stands by nearly every serious historian's own reckoning as the single closest Prussia ever came across the whole of the 7 Years' War to outright and irreversible collapse. Frederick's own initial assault, launched against what he judged to be the weaker end of the Allied line, succeeded well enough in its own opening hours that the king, by several accounts, believed the battle already essentially won, but the ground itself, a broken landscape of sandy hills, ravines and small ponds, his own army had not adequately reconnoitred in advance, badly disorganized the Prussian advance as it pressed forward, and a series of increasingly costly and increasingly poorly coordinated further attacks against the remaining, still firmly entrenched Allied positions gradually bled away the whole of Frederick's own initial advantage, until a decisive Russian and Austrian counter-attack, spearheaded by cavalry that shattered what remained of the exhausted Prussian lines, turned the battle, within the space of a single afternoon, into an outright and catastrophic rout. It is worth naming honestly exactly what that same catastrophe actually cost Frederick's own army, because the numbers alone explain the genuine despair that followed. Something in the range of 19,000 Prussian soldiers killed, wounded, captured, or simply scattered and lost from an army that had numbered barely 50,000 men at the battle's own start, a proportional loss severe enough that Frederick himself, in the immediate aftermath, appears to have genuinely believed his own kingdom's cause was finished. It is hard not to notice, too, the specific and genuinely alarming private evidence several biographers have since gathered of exactly how close Friedrich actually came in the days that followed Kunersdorf to ending his own life rather than survive to witness the destruction of everything he had spent nearly 2 decades building, since the king is reported, by more than one contemporary account, to have carried on his own person, in the weeks following this same defeat, a quantity of opium sufficient to end his own life, and to have written to his own foreign minister, Count Karl Wilhelm Fink von Finkenstein, in a letter that has survived and the historians still quote as one of the single starkest surviving documents of genuine royal despair anywhere in the whole of 18th century correspondence, that he no longer possessed the resources to continue the war, that the consequences of the defeat were worse than the defeat itself, and that he considered the affairs of his own kingdom to be, in the plainest possible terms, lost beyond any further hope of recovery. A kingdom watching its own eastern province governed, for 4 full years by an army it had no realistic way of dislodging. It is worth naming honestly exactly what that same prolonged Russian occupation of East Prussia actually meant for Frederick's own strategic calculations across the middle years of the war, because it was not merely an administrative curiosity affecting a single university lecturer's own academic career, the way this evening's own earlier account of Kant might have suggested in isolation. Frederick, across the whole of the period this occupation lasted, effectively wrote off the province as beyond any realistic hope of near-term recovery, concentrating what remained of his own steadily shrinking army instead on defending Silesia and Saxony, the 2 territories whose own loss he judged would actually threaten his own kingdom's continued existence. A hard and genuinely painful strategic triage that meant abandoning, for years at a stretch, tens of thousands of his own subjects to a foreign occupying power rather than risk the whole of his own remaining military strength attempting to relieve a province he could not, in the end, actually afford to defend. A miracle with a name attached to it. The death of an empress who had never once forgiven a single insult. It is worth naming, then, exactly what actually saved Frederick's kingdom in the aftermath of a defeat this total, because the salvation that followed came from a source entirely outside Frederick's own control, and it is worth sitting, honestly, with how much of this whole extraordinary survival actually rested on nothing more solid than plain historical accident. In the immediate aftermath of Kunersdorf, the victorious Russian and Austrian commanders, for reasons historians have debated at real length ever since, ranging from simple mutual distrust between 2 allied armies with genuinely different strategic priorities to sheer logistical exhaustion after a battle that had cost both sides heavily, failed to press their own considerable advantage and marched directly on an essentially undefended Berlin, a hesitation that gave Frederick precisely the breathing room he needed to reassemble the shattered remnants of his own army and continue, however grimly, to fight on through 1760 and into 1761, years that brought further hard and costly battles at Liegnitz and at Torgau, narrow Prussian victories purchased at a cost the kingdom's own steadily shrinking reserves of men and money could increasingly ill afford to keep paying. By the beginning of 1762, with Prussia's own manpower and treasury both stretched to a genuinely breaking point after 6 years of continuous warfare on multiple fronts, Frederick's own prospects had grown, by his own private admission, close to hopeless, and it is worth naming, plainly, the single piece of pure and entirely unearned good fortune that changed everything, because on the 5th of January 1762, the Russian Empress Elizabeth, the same monarch whose own deeply personal loathing for Frederick had helped engineer the coalition against him in the first place, died suddenly at St. Petersburg and was succeeded on the Russian throne by her own nephew, Peter III, a monarch whose own well-documented and genuinely fervent personal admiration for Frederick and for the whole of the Prussian military tradition was so complete that he moved, within weeks of his own accession, to withdraw Russia from the war entirely, and, in a reversal European diplomats found genuinely astonishing, to conclude a formal peace treaty and even a defensive alliance with the very kingdom his own aunt had spent 6 years trying to destroy. It is worth naming, too, that this same extraordinary reversal of Prussia's own fortune, arriving at the single darkest hour of the entire war through nothing more than the timing of one elderly monarch's own natural death, came to be known across the whole of the following century and a half of Prussian and German memory as the miracle of the House of Brandenburg, a piece of language this evening's own later hours are going to have real and genuinely uncomfortable cause to return to, because a considerably later and considerably darker German regime would go on to invoke this exact same phrase and this exact same hope for an 11th hour death among its own enemies at the very end of an entirely different and far more catastrophic war still nearly 2 centuries in this story's own future. It is worth adding, honestly, that Peter's own pro-Prussian enthusiasm did not, in the end, last very long on the Russian throne itself, since his own wife, a German-born princess who would go on to rule Russia for the following 3.5 decades under the name Catherine the Great, deposed him in a palace coup only 6 months after his own accession. But it is worth naming, too, that Catherine, whatever her own private feelings about her late husband's rather naive enthusiasm for all things Prussian, judged that Russia's own interests were now better served by simple neutrality than by rejoining a war her own predecessor had already formally exited, and so Russia's own withdrawal held, even after the eccentric young emperor who had actually ordered it no longer occupied the throne that had made it possible, leaving Frederick for the first time in 6 exhausting years, facing only Austria alone rather than the full weight of the original coalition arrayed against him, a peace that changed almost nothing on the map, and changed nearly everything underneath it. With Russia gone from the war and France increasingly exhausted and preoccupied by its own separate and simultaneous colonial struggle against Britain, Austria too found itself, by late 1762, without any realistic prospect of the decisive victory it had spent 6 years fighting to secure, and the exhausted powers finally concluded in the Peace of Hubertusburg signed on the 15th of February 1763, a settlement that restored, in nearly every particular, the exact territorial map that had existed before the war had ever begun. Prussia retaining Silesia, Austria recovering nothing it had lost, and neither side gaining so much as a single new acre of ground to show for 7 years of continuous and genuinely catastrophic warfare. It is worth sitting, though, with exactly why this same territorially unchanged peace nonetheless marked one of the single most consequential turning points in the whole of 18th century European history. Because what had actually changed, decisively and permanently, was not any line on any map, but the settled judgment of every other court in Europe about what kind of a power Prussia now genuinely was. A kingdom that had entered the war facing a coalition of 3 of the continent's largest states simultaneously, and had somehow, through a combination of Frederick's own considerable tactical genius, his own army's inherited discipline, and when all of that had finally proven insufficient at Kunersdorf, sheer undeserved historical luck, fought that same coalition to an effective standstill, and emerged from it not merely intact, but unmistakably confirmed in the considered diplomatic judgment of every chancellery on the continent as a genuine 5th great power standing alongside Britain, France, Austria, and Russia. A status this evening's opening scene has already told you a poor, scattered, and thoroughly unremarkable kingdom had no obvious business ever actually achieving. A kingdom handed back to its own king in ashes, and the considerably quieter work of actually rebuilding it. It is worth turning now, before this evening moves on to the single most morally uncomfortable episode of Frederick's own later reign, to what the king actually did with the 2.5 decades of life still remaining to him, once the guns at Hubertusburg had finally fallen silent, because the Prussia Frederick inherited back from 7 years of continuous warfare was not a triumphant kingdom basking in its own newly confirmed great power status, but a genuinely devastated one, its own population reduced by war deaths, disease, and displacement by something in the range of 500,000 people out of a pre-war total of barely 4.5 million, its own farmland in Silesia and Saxony repeatedly fought over and repeatedly stripped bare, by armies that had needed to eat regardless of whose fields they were actually marching through, and its own treasury, despite Frederick's own considerable pre-war reserves, thoroughly exhausted by 7 years of continuous military expenditure. It is worth naming plainly exactly how systematically Frederick approached the work of repairing all of that same damage, because the same administrative rigour his own father had once drilled into him at Kustrin, all those decades earlier, over a forced apprenticeship the young prince had never actually asked for, now proved genuinely indispensable to a kingdom that needed, above nearly everything else, a ruler capable of exactly this kind of unglamorous, sustained, and genuinely competent reconstruction rather than any further dramatic military glory. Frederick distributed grain from the state's own emergency reserves to famine-threatened districts in the immediate aftermath of the war, remitted taxes in the provinces hit hardest by the fighting, and provided draft animals and seed grain, drawn directly from military supplies no longer needed for active campaigning, to farmers whose own herds and whose own stores had been requisitioned or simply destroyed across 7 years of continuous marching armies. He pursued too with a persistence this evening's earlier hours have already shown you applying to the draining of the Oderbruch marshland before the war, an aggressive and genuinely large-scale programme of attracting new colonists to resettle Prussia's own emptied and depopulated territories, offering exemption from taxation and from military conscription alike to foreign settlers, Protestant and in a policy consistent with the religious toleration this evening has already described, a considerable number of Catholic colonists as well, willing to relocate to Prussian land and bring it back under active cultivation. A recruitment drive that succeeded, across the whole of Frederick's own reign taken together, in bringing something in the range of 300,000 new settlers into Prussian territory, a genuinely enormous figure relative to the kingdom's own total pre-war population, and one that several economic historians credit as decisive to how quickly Prussia's own agricultural output actually recovered from the devastation of the 7 Years' War. Frederick established, too, a network of state granaries positioned across the kingdom specifically to guard against the kind of localized famine that had periodically devastated ordinary Prussian communities in earlier decades. A genuinely forward-looking piece of state-managed food security considerably ahead of similar measures most other European governments of this same period had yet seriously attempted, and pursued a broadly mercantilist economic policy, protecting domestic Prussian manufacturing behind tariff walls, founding a state bank, and encouraging, with mixed but genuine success, new industries including silk production and improved textile manufacturing, all of it aimed with the same unsentimental practicality. This whole evening has already shown defining nearly every other decision of his own reign at rebuilding as quickly and as thoroughly as any single monarch's own personal attention could manage it. The considerable damage 7 years of continuous warfare had inflicted on his own kingdom's actual capacity to support itself. A crown taken from a dying neighbour rather than risked against a living rival. It is worth turning now, though, to the single episode of Frederick's own later reign this evening is least willing to let pass without real and sustained moral scrutiny, because in 1772, less than a decade after the exhausting near catastrophe of the 7 Years' War, had taught Frederick, by his own later admission, a genuine and lasting caution about the risks of open military conflict, the Prussian king found an entirely different and considerably less dangerous method of expanding his own kingdom's territory, one that required no battles at all. The Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth by the early 1770s had fallen into a state of genuine and increasingly severe internal political paralysis, its own elective monarchy and its own famously dysfunctional parliamentary system, in which a single dissenting nobleman's own veto could halt the passage of any single piece of legislation entirely, leaving the kingdom essentially unable to reform, to defend, or in any meaningful sense to actually govern itself against the ambitions of its own considerably more centralised and considerably more militarily powerful neighbours. It is hard not to notice too exactly what Frederick, Catherine the Great of Russia, and considerably more reluctantly, Maria Theresa of Austria actually did with that same paralysis, because the three monarchs negotiated, across 1772, a formal partition of a substantial portion of Polish territory among themselves, Russia and Austria each claiming considerable Polish lands of their own, and Prussia claiming a stretch of territory known as Royal Prussia, or West Prussia, that accomplished a strategic goal the House of Hohenzollern had pursued, in one form or another, for generations, physically linking Frederick's own core territories in Brandenburg to the previously separate and geographically isolated Duchy of East Prussia along the Baltic coast, closing at a single diplomatic stroke and without a single Prussian soldier ever needing to fire a shot in anger. Exactly the kind of dangerous territorial gap this evening's own much earlier hours have already described, leaving the whole kingdom permanently vulnerable to any determined invader. It is worth naming, honestly, exactly how frankly cynical Frederick's own private correspondence about this same partition actually was, because it offers one of the clearest surviving windows anywhere in his own voluminous writing into the genuinely cold calculation that sat, by his own admission, beneath so much of his own reign's outward rhetoric of enlightened and benevolent kingship. Frederick himself, observing Maria Theresa's own well-documented and by several contemporary accounts genuinely sincere moral discomfort at participating in the dismemberment of a neighbouring Christian kingdom whose own territorial integrity international law offered no real protection for at all, is reported to have remarked, in a line that has survived across the following 2.5 centuries as one of the single most quoted pieces of cold political wit anywhere in 18th century diplomacy, that the more Maria Theresa wept over Poland's own fate, the more of it she actually took for herself, a sentence that captures, in a single cutting observation, exactly the gap this whole evening has already asked you to sit with, between Frederick's own carefully cultivated public image, as a philosopher king genuinely devoted to reason, restraint and the welfare of his own people, and the considerably colder, considerably more purely transactional statecraft that had, in point of fact, guided nearly every major territorial decision of his entire reign, from the sudden and unprovoked seizure of Silesia in 1740 all the way through to this same quiet, bloodless, and entirely self-interested carving up of a neighbouring kingdom that had simply grown too weak to defend itself. A war fought almost entirely on paper, remembered today, if it is remembered at all, by the name of a vegetable. It is worth naming too one further and considerably less consequential conflict from these same later years, because it offers a genuinely striking and rather deliberately anticlimactic contrast to everything this evening has already told you about the 7 Years' War. In 1778, when the Austrian Emperor Joseph II, Maria Theresa's own son, and by then her co-ruler, attempted to annex the neighbouring electorate of Bavaria, following the extinction of its own ruling line, Frederick, judging the prospect of a substantially enlarged Austria sitting directly astride Prussia's own southern flank to be intolerable, mobilised his own army once again and marched into Bohemia to oppose it. And it is worth adding, honestly, exactly how differently this same conflict actually played out compared with the desperate blood-soaked campaigns of 2 decades earlier, because the two opposing armies spent the better part of a year manoeuvring cautiously against one another across the Bohemian countryside without ever actually fighting a single major pitched battle, suffering instead considerably heavier losses to disease and to plain hunger than to any exchange of gunfire the soldiers on both sides reduced by more than one contemporary account to foraging so extensively for whatever potatoes they could actually dig out of the surrounding farmland that the whole conflict earned itself almost immediately and with a certain rueful popular affection the nickname the Potato War. The conflict ended in 779 with the Treaty of Teschen, a settlement that checked Joseph's own Bavarian ambitions without either side having actually gained very much of anything through open combat, and it is worth naming plainly that Frederick himself, by then in his late 60s, and considerably more cautious than the young king who had once gambled his own entire kingdom on the sudden seizure of Silesia, appears to have regarded this same anticlimactic campaign not as any particular embarrassment, but as a genuine strategic success, a war whose entire purpose, restraining an ambitious rival without paying anything close to the catastrophic price the 7 Years' War had once exacted, had been fully and quietly accomplished without a single major battle ever needing to be fought at all. An old man alone with his dogs, his books, and a mountain of unanswered letters. It is worth turning now to the considerably quieter final years of Frederick's own extraordinarily long reign, because the picture that emerges from them, drawn from the accounts of the small handful of visitors and household staff who actually spent any real time in his own company during the same period, is a considerably more solitary and considerably more genuinely melancholy one than the triumphant image of the young general commanding armies at Rossbach and Leuthen might otherwise suggest. Frederick governed, across the whole of these same later decades, almost entirely alone, refusing, with a consistency several biographers have read as a direct and lasting legacy of his own father's own harsh insistence on doing everything himself, to delegate meaningful authority to any council of ministers, instead reading and personally annotating an extraordinary volume of state correspondence and administrative reports every single day, dictating responses late into the night, and maintaining across the whole of his own reign a level of hands-on personal control over the smallest details of Prussian governance that later historians have come to describe with real and considered accuracy as a genuine one-man cabinet government, a style of rule that made Frederick, by any honest accounting, one of the hardest-working monarchs Europe had ever actually produced, and one that left him, in his own final years, with remarkably little time or energy left over for anything resembling ordinary human companionship. It is worth naming, honestly, exactly who and what actually fill that same considerable emptiness, because the picture is a genuinely affecting one. Frederick's own marriage to Elizabeth Christine, cold and distant from its own very beginning nearly 5 decades earlier, remained exactly that for the whole of the rest of his own life. The Queen residing at her own separate establishment in Berlin, and never once, across the whole of Frederick's own long residence at Sanssouci, invited to set foot inside the private retreat that gave the palace its own name. A genuinely striking and rather bleak detail this evening is not going to soften, since Frederick, whatever considerable warmth he showed toward his own sister Wilhelmine, toward a select handful of trusted male companions, and, in his own particular and genuinely devoted way, toward the small pack of Italian greyhounds he kept constantly at his own side across these same later years, feeding them from his own table and permitting them, several visitors reported with real astonishment, to sleep on his own bed and even, on occasion, upon the very same cushions reserved for visiting dignitaries, appears never to have extended anything resembling that same warmth toward the wife his own father had once forced him to marry against his own considerable and repeatedly expressed objection. It is worth adding, too, that Frederick specifically requested, in his own written instructions for his own eventual burial, to be laid to rest at Sanssouci beside these same beloved dogs, rather than in any grand royal mausoleum, a request that tells us, honestly, a great deal about where this particular king's own genuine private affections actually lay after a lifetime spent building and defending a kingdom that had cost him nearly every other form of ordinary human intimacy. This evening's earlier hours have already shown you him being denied. Frederick continued, across these same later years, to write with a genuinely prodigious output, composing extensive historical accounts of his own reign and his own wars, drafting in 1752 and again in 1768 detailed and remarkably candid political testaments intended to instruct his own eventual successor in the actual practical business of ruling Prussia, documents in which Frederick assessed his own kingdom's finances, its own military strength, and its own diplomatic vulnerabilities with the same unsentimental clarity. This evening has already shown him applying to nearly every other major decision of his own reign, and maintaining, even after the bitter falling out this evening has already described in detail, a real, if considerably cooler correspondence with Voltaire that continued, with real intervals of genuine warmth restored between two aging men who had each, in their own separate ways, come to occupy a similarly towering and similarly rather lonely position at the very top of their own respective fields, right up until the philosopher's own death in 1778. A death in an armchair, and a funeral its own occupant had specifically asked not to have. Frederick died at Sanssouci on the 17th of August 1786, at the age of 74, after a reign that had lasted by that point an extraordinary 46 years, and it is worth naming, honestly, the considerably ordinary and considerably unglamorous circumstances of that same death, because several surviving accounts describe the king, by then suffering from dropsy and from a range of other chronic ailments that had left him increasingly frail across his own final years, dying quietly in his own reading chair rather than in any grand ceremonial deathbed scene, attended by only a small handful of household servants, rather than by the assembled court ritual a monarch of his own considerable stature might otherwise have expected. It is hard not to notice, too, exactly what happened to Frederick's own body once his own considerable will could no longer enforce his own wishes over it, because the king had left explicit instructions that he be buried in a plain and unceremonious tomb at Sanssouci, beside the very greyhounds this evening has already described him favouring above nearly every other living creature in his own final years. A modest and genuinely private request, his own nephew and successor, Frederick William II, chose instead to override entirely, arranging a considerably grander state funeral and interring the old king's own remains inside the garrison church at Potsdam, alongside his own father, the very Frederick William who had once forced him to watch a friend die outside a fortress window. A final and genuinely striking irony. This evening is not going to let pass without naming plainly a son denied, even in death, the one modest and specifically requested mercy of simply being laid to rest, exactly where and exactly how he himself had actually asked to be. It is worth adding, too, the considerably stranger afterlife Frederick's own remains actually went on to have across the following 2 centuries, because the story does not end with that same 19th century burial at all. As Allied bombing raids threatened Potsdam during the final catastrophic years of the Second World War, this evening's own later hours are going to have real and specific cause to return to directly. Frederick's own coffin was removed from the garrison church for safekeeping and relocated, first to a salt mine, and eventually, as the war's own front line shifted, to a Hohenzollern family castle in the far south of Germany, where it remained, largely forgotten by the wider public, for the whole of the following 4.5 decades of a divided Cold War Germany that had, for reasons this evening's own later hours are also going to examine directly, grown genuinely uncertain about how it actually wanted to remember a king so thoroughly associated with the militarist tradition. A considerably darker regime had, within living memory, worked so hard to claim as its own direct inheritance. It was only in 1991, on the 205th anniversary of Frederick's own death, and only a single year after the reunification of a Germany that had spent 4 decades divided, that the old king's own remains were finally returned to Sanssouci and reburied, at last, in the plain and unceremonious grave he had specifically requested more than 2 centuries earlier, in a quiet nighttime ceremony attended by the German Chancellor of the day, a burial that provoked real and genuinely serious public controversy in a newly reunified Germany still working out, in real time, exactly how comfortably it could afford to honour a king whose own military legacy a subsequent regime had once tried so hard, and in ways this evening still has real cause to name directly, to claim as its own. Both hands held open at once. It is worth pausing now at real and deliberate length on the 2 very different accounts of Frederick this whole evening has been assembling side by side without ever quite forcing them to meet. 'Cause a case for calling any single king one of the figures who genuinely turned a small exposed kingdom into a European superpower is not an honest case at all, if it only ever shows you the hand that drained a marshland, and never once shows you the hand that ordered a friend beheaded outside a prison window. Let us hold both of those hands open here at the same time and look at what each one actually did. In one hand, a king who abolished judicial torture within weeks of his own accession, who declared, in terms genuinely striking for his own century, that every one of his own subjects should be permitted to seek heaven in whatever fashion they personally believed in, who drained tens of thousands of acres of unusable marshland and turned them into productive farmland without costing a single soldier's life, who recruited some 300,000 new settlers into a kingdom devastated by 7 years of continuous warfare, and rebuilt it, methodically and with real personal attention, into something considerably more prosperous than the exhausted ruin the peace of Hubertusburg had actually left behind, who corresponded for decades with the sharpest philosophical minds of his own century, and composed, on his own flute, music serious enough that professional musicians still perform it on its own genuine merits, nearly 3 centuries later, and who commanded at Leuthen one of the single most studied tactical victories in the whole history of European warfare, saving his own kingdom from what had looked, only weeks earlier, like near certain destruction. In the other hand, a king who invaded a neighbouring province without any formal declaration of war, and without any genuine grievance beyond his own calculated assessment of a young empress's temporary weakness, who admitted as much himself in his own private writings with a candour this evening, has found genuinely rare among the other monarchs. This whole channel has spent long nights describing who gambled the whole of his own kingdom's existence, not once but repeatedly across nearly 2 decades of near-continuous warfare, on decisions that came at Kunersdorf, within a single failed Russian advance of ending Prussia's own independent existence altogether, who helped carve apart a weakened neighbouring kingdom at a conference table, specifically because that same kingdom had grown too dysfunctional to defend itself, and who mocked, in private correspondence, the very moral discomfort his own Austrian negotiating partner showed while participating in exactly the same act of naked territorial theft he himself pursued without any comparable hesitation at all. A king, too, whose own vision of enlightenment stopped, with real and deliberate precision, at the exact point where it might have actually cost his own landed aristocracy anything meaningful, leaving the great mass of ordinary Prussian peasants bound to hereditary serfdom for the whole of his own 46-year reign, under a monarch who wrote, at considerable length, and with evident personal conviction about a ruler's genuine obligations to his own people, while never once seriously entertaining the idea that those same people might be trusted with any share of his own actual political power. It is worth naming too, honestly, the considerably more private and considerably more genuinely painful accounting. This same evening owes you before it lets Frederick's own story rest, because the personal cost of the life this king actually lived deserves the same clear-eyed treatment this evening has already given to his own wars and his own diplomacy. Frederick's own marriage, arranged by a father he had every reason to fear and sustained, across the whole of the following 5 decades, in a state of documented and near-total estrangement, produced no children at all, and it is worth naming, plainly rather than coyly, what a considerable body of historical evidence, drawn from his own private correspondence, from the observations of contemporaries at his own court, and from the consistent and lifelong pattern of close, evidently romantic attachment he formed with a series of male companions, beginning with Lieutenant Peter Keith in his own imprisoned youth, and continuing across the whole of his own adult life, has led a great many serious modern historians to conclude with real confidence that Frederick's own genuine emotional and romantic attachments ran overwhelmingly toward other men, a private reality that a king ruling an 18th century kingdom whose own laws still formally criminalize such relationships could never once have safely acknowledged in public, and one that several biographers have connected directly and with real plausibility to the particular and genuinely lifelong loneliness this evening has already shown surrounding a man who filled the empty hours of his own old age considerably more fully with dogs, with music, and with an endless mountain of state correspondence than with any single human being permitted to actually share his own private life with him. It is worth remembering honestly that this tradition never once asks us to resolve the tension between these two open hands, and it is worth resisting tonight any temptation to resolve it for them, because the unresolved tension is itself the truest thing this whole evening has to tell you about how a genuinely small and genuinely exposed 18th century kingdom actually became one of the handful of powers the rest of Europe was thereafter required to reckon with. Frederick was never, at any point across the whole of his own extraordinary reign, a simple or an uncomplicated figure, a flute-playing philosopher standing in easy opposition to some separate and more purely military rival, but a single man genuinely capable of both of these open hands at once, reform and conquest, tolerance and calculation, a devoted and genuinely affectionate correspondence with the sharpest minds of his own century, sitting directly alongside a coldly transactional willingness to help dismember an entire neighbouring kingdom the moment that kingdom grew too weak to stop him, and it is worth carrying that same unresolved duality forward into everything else tonight still has left to tell you, because it is, in its own way, the single most honest thing any long night spent with this particular king actually has to offer. A philosopher recalled from exile on the very first day of an entirely new reign, it is worth returning, briefly, to a single small and genuinely telling decision from the very earliest days of Frederick's own kingship, because it belongs here, sitting directly alongside everything this evening has just finished weighing about him, rather than tucked away as a mere footnote to his own accession. Christian Wolff, a genuinely distinguished German philosopher whose own rationalist writings on natural law and human reason Frederick had read and admired closely during his own years at Rheinsberg, had been expelled from the Prussian university town of Halle in 1723 by Frederick William I himself, the old king persuaded by a group of theological opponents that Wolff's own philosophy amounted, in effect, to a dangerous denial of human free will, and given by several surviving accounts a mere 48 hours to leave the whole of Prussian territory or face execution by hanging, a genuinely startling overreaction, even by the standards of a court this evening has already shown you was not exactly famous for its own gentleness. It is worth naming plainly what Frederick actually did with that same old grievance the moment his own father's death had finally handed him the power to act on it, because among the very first formal acts of his own entire reign, undertaken within days of Frederick William's own funeral, was a personal invitation summoning Wolfe back from his own exile, with full honours restored, a small and genuinely symbolic gesture that told the whole of educated Europe, considerably more effectively than any single speech could have, exactly what kind of intellectual climate the new Prussian king actually intended to cultivate inside his own kingdom. It is worth naming too one further and rather more startling example of exactly how far Frederick was actually willing to carry the religious toleration. This evening has already described him extending to Prussia's own Catholic and Jewish communities, because the king is reported, in more than one surviving account of his own private conversation, to have declared that were a genuine community of Muslim settlers ever to arrive in his own kingdom, seeking to practice their own faith openly, he would see to it that a mosque was built for them without the slightest hesitation, a remark that reads, even now as a genuinely striking piece of 18th century religious pragmatism from a king whose own private theological convictions leaned, if anything, toward a considerably more sceptical and considerably more purely rationalist deism than toward any deep personal piety of his own. A king who valued, above almost any specific creed his own subjects actually practiced, the sheer practical usefulness of a diverse and industrious population left largely undisturbed in whatever private faith it happened to hold, a province lost for 4 full years, and a young philosopher who prayed, from the pulpit of his own local church, for the health of a foreign empress. It is worth naming too a considerably stranger and considerably less well-known consequence of the 7 Years' War this evening's own earlier hours have not yet had occasion to mention, because it touches directly on one of the single most consequential thinkers the whole of the 18th century would go on to produce. The eastern Prussian province surrounding the city of Königsberg, cut off from the rest of Frederick's own kingdom by the very geographic gap this evening, has already described the acquisition of West Prussia, eventually closing, fell in the opening year of the war to advancing Russian forces, and remained for the following 4 years under direct and continuous Russian military occupation, its own inhabitants required, across that same period, to swear formal oaths of allegiance to the Russian Empress Elizabeth, and to offer public prayers for her own health and her own continued reign in place of the Prussian king, whose own armies had, for the time being, simply proven unable to defend them. It is worth naming plainly that among the ordinary residents of Königsberg living through exactly this same occupation was a young university lecturer, not yet arrived at any of the towering philosophical reputation he would eventually go on to build, named Immanuel Kant, who continued teaching at the university throughout the whole of the Russian administration, petitioned the occupying Russian authorities directly at one point for an academic promotion, and lived for the whole of this same period as a formerly loyal subject of a foreign empress in the very city where he would spend nearly the whole of the rest of his own long and remarkably unadventurous life, a detail worth sitting with honestly, because it means that the single most influential philosopher German-speaking Europe would go on to produce spent 4 full years of his own early career technically owing his own political allegiance not to Frederick at all, but to the same Russian crown Frederick's own armies had spent the whole of that same war desperately fighting to hold off, a strange and genuinely humbling footnote to a war this evening has otherwise spent so long describing in terms of kings, generals and decisive battlefield maneuvers. The men who actually fought that same war, and the considerably harder discipline still waiting for them once the fighting stopped. It is worth pausing too, before this evening moves toward its own closing hours, on what it would actually have felt like, in the plainest and most physical sense, to be an ordinary Prussian soldier serving inside the army this whole night, has spent so long describing in terms of tactical brilliance and decisive victory, because the overwhelming majority of the men who actually marched to Rossbach and to Leuthen and to Kunersdorf were neither generals nor volunteers moved by any particular loyalty to their own king, but ordinary conscripts drawn, under the canton system this evening's earlier hours have already described, directly from Prussian farms and Prussian villages, required by law to serve, trained under a discipline so severe that flogging remained, across the whole of Frederick's own reign, an entirely ordinary and entirely legal punishment for even comparatively minor infractions of military order, a harshness that sat, honestly, in genuine and rarely acknowledged tension with everything this evening has already told you about a king who abolished judicial torture for his own civilian subjects within weeks of his own accession, while leaving the men who actually fought and died to build his own kingdom's reputation, subject to a code of military discipline several contemporary foreign observers themselves found genuinely brutal. It is worth adding too that desertion remained, across the whole of Frederick's own many wars, a genuine and persistent problem for an army built on exactly this kind of compulsory and often deeply unwelcome service, severe enough that Frederick's own campaign marching orders routinely specified that armies avoid making camp too close to any large forest or any friendly border after nightfall, precisely to reduce the everyday, unglamorous temptation of ordinary conscripted soldiers simply slipping away under cover of darkness, rather than continue marching toward the next battlefield. A genuinely unheroic detail this tradition preserves honestly, rather than letting the clean tactical triumphs of Rossbach and Leuthen stand as the whole of the story, since the same discipline that let Frederick's infantry hold its own ground at Mollwitz without their own king anywhere near the fighting was built, in no small part, on a system of coercion and physical punishment that made ordinary Prussian military service, for the men actually required to endure it, a genuinely harsh and often genuinely unwilling burden rather than the proud national calling. Later romanticised retellings of this same era would sometimes prefer to suggest it always was. A capital reshaped in stone, and a French congregation that had already been praying in it for 60 years. It is worth naming too, before this evening turns to weighing where all of this actual documented history actually comes from, what Frederick did with his own considerable architectural ambition inside the city that anchored the whole of his own growing kingdom, because Berlin itself changed across the whole of his own reign, from a comparatively modest provincial capital into something considerably closer to the grand European city its own later reputation would eventually rest on. Frederick commissioned, across the middle decades of his own reign, an ambitious building programme centred on a stretch of the city he envisioned as a genuine Forum Fridericianum, a deliberately classical complex including a new opera house, completed in 1742 and still, in a rebuilt form, standing on almost exactly the same site today, a building Frederick insisted be finished and opened for performances before his own new royal palace, nearby, had even been completed. A small and rather telling detail about exactly where this particular king's own personal priorities actually sat once he finally possessed the resources to indulge them. It is worth remembering too that Frederick's own capital had already been home for the better part of 6 decades before he ever came to the throne at all, to a substantial community of French Huguenot refugees, Protestant exiles who had fled religious persecution in France under Frederick's own great-grandfather, and had gone on to reshape Berlin's own economy, its own craftsmanship, and its own culture considerably beyond what their own modest numbers might otherwise have suggested, a community Frederick, whose own deep personal love of the French language and French literature this evening has already described at real length, felt a particular and genuinely sincere affinity for continuing to worship in French himself and maintaining across his own entire reign the same policy of religious welcome that had first drawn that same community to Berlin in the first place, so that the city Frederick left behind him at his own death was, in a very real sense, already the same layered cosmopolitan capital, part German, part French, part the product of generations of deliberately recruited immigration that would go on within less than a century to anchor the whole of a unified German nation. This evening's own earlier hours have already described being proclaimed inside a conquered French palace of its own. How we actually know all of this, and whose own hand first wrote it down. It is worth pausing now before we go any further into this long night's own closing hours on where this whole extraordinary story we've been following tonight actually comes from, because Frederick, unlike a great many of the more distant figures this channel has spent long nights describing on other evenings, left behind him an almost overwhelming written record of his own life, and it is worth being honest about exactly how that same record, and the considerably later accounts built on top of it, actually reached us. Frederick himself was an extraordinarily prolific author in his own right, composing extensive historical narratives of his own wars and his own reign, under titles including The History of My Own Times and The History of the 7 Years' War. Drafting the 2 detailed political testaments this evening, has already named for his own eventual successor, writing poetry and philosophical essays in French, the language he genuinely preferred to his own native German, for nearly all of his own serious intellectual work, and maintaining a correspondence, with Voltaire alone, that runs across surviving letters written over the better part of 4 decades. An archive so extensive that a complete modern edition of Frederick's own collected writings and correspondence fills dozens of substantial printed volumes, giving historians a level of direct first-person access to a single 18th century monarch's own private thinking that few other rulers of any era have ever left behind them in comparable depth. It is worth naming too the considerably more critical and considerably more personally wounded account of Frederick's own court that Voltaire himself left behind, because it offers a genuinely valuable corrective to the picture Frederick's own writings, understandably enough, tend to paint of himself. Voltaire's own memoirs, composed and circulated privately in the years after his own bitter departure from Prussia, this evening has already described in detail, portray Frederick with a considerably sharper and considerably less flattering eye than the king's own extensive self-authored record generally offers, dwelling at real length on Frederick's own vanity, his own occasional pettiness, and the genuine discomfort of serving, however brilliantly paid and however genuinely intellectually stimulating the position had once seemed, at the pleasure of a monarch whose own temper and whose own capacity for calculated cruelty Voltaire had, by the end of his own residence at Sans Souci, come to know rather more intimately than he had originally bargained for. It is worth adding, too, the considerably later historical tradition that shaped how English-speaking audiences in particular came to understand Frederick across the following century, because the Scottish writer Thomas Carlyle produced, across the 1850s and 1860s, an enormous 6-volume biography titled The History of Frederick II of Prussia, called Frederick the Great, a work of genuinely exhaustive research that remained, for the better part of 100 years afterward, the single most influential English-language account of Frederick's own life and reign, though it is worth naming honestly that Carlyle's own considerable admiration for what he took to be Frederick's own heroic, world-historical force of individual will coloured his own account with a genuinely uncritical hero worship that modern historians have since worked hard to correct. A corrective this evening has drawn on directly, since more recent scholarship, including the Australian historian Christopher Clark's own widely respected single-volume study of the whole of Prussian history, and the British historian Tim Blanning's own considerably more critical modern biography of Frederick specifically, has worked across the past several decades to strip away a great deal of the romanticised, purely heroic mythology Carlyle's own influential account first helped cement into the wider popular imagination, restoring in its place the considerably more genuinely complicated and considerably more morally mixed portrait this evening, has tried, honestly, to give you across the whole of tonight's long story. A king weighed against the other crowned philosophers of his own century. It is worth pausing briefly on how Frederick actually measured up against the small handful of other European monarchs who pursued, in these same middle decades of the 18th century, a broadly similar style of enlightened absolutism, because setting him beside his own closest counterparts sharpens exactly what was and was not distinctive about the particular Prussian version of this same royal fashion. Catherine the Great of Russia, the same empress this evening has already described replacing her own briefly pro-Prussian husband on the Russian throne in 1762, corresponded, across the whole of her own long reign, with a considerably wider circle of French philosophers than Frederick himself ever cultivated, and pursued her own programme of legal codification and educational reform with a genuine intellectual seriousness that Frederick, watching from Berlin, followed with real and occasionally rather competitive interest. The two monarchs maintaining a correspondence of their own that mixed genuine mutual admiration with the same undertone of careful, watchful rivalry that coloured nearly every relationship between the crowned heads of 18th century Europe, Joseph II of Austria, Maria Theresa's own son, and for a period her co-ruler, pursued reforms in his own Habsburg territories that went, in several specific respects, considerably further than Frederick's own ever did, formally abolishing serfdom outright across the Habsburg lands in 1781, a step Frederick himself, whatever his own private philosophical sympathy for the idea, never once seriously attempted against his own considerably more politically entrenched Junker aristocracy. And it is worth naming too that Frederick and Joseph found themselves, across these same final decades of Frederick's own life, as often opposed as allied, the two monarchs' own competing ambitions colliding directly in the largely bloodless Bavarian campaign this evening has already described, and again in 1785, when Frederick, alarmed at continued Austrian expansionism, organised a coalition of smaller German states called the Fürstenbund, the League of Princes, specifically to check any further growth of Habsburg power within the old imperial structure. A last final and characteristically defensive piece of diplomatic manoeuvring from a king who had, by that point, spent nearly the whole of his own reign treating the balance of power among Germany's own competing states as a genuinely personal and genuinely permanent responsibility. A statue on a grand avenue, a portrait kept inside a collapsing bunker, and a word that still means something in modern German. It is worth turning now, before this long night's own story turns toward its close, to how thoroughly Frederick's own particular combination of reforming intellect and ruthless military discipline actually survived, in the centuries since his own death, inside the language, the politics, and the public memory of the nation that grew directly out of the kingdom he had spent his own reign expanding. An enormous bronze equestrian statue of Frederick, completed in 1851 and still standing today along Berlin's own Grand Central Avenue, Unter den Linden, depicts the king in a considerably more heroic and considerably more idealised posture than the frail old man surrounded by dogs and unanswered correspondence this evening's own later hours have already shown you, and it is worth naming too that Sans Souci itself, the modest retreat this evening, has described Frederick building specifically to escape the ceremonial weight of ordinary royal life, was inscribed by UNESCO as a World Heritage Site in 1990. Drawing visitors today by the hundreds of thousands each year to walk the same terraced vineyard gardens where an ageing, increasingly solitary king once composed flute concertos and argued philosophy with the sharpest minds Europe could actually produce. It is worth naming too, honestly and without any softening, the considerably darker chapter of this same afterlife, because it belongs here rather than left quietly unmentioned. The National Socialist regime that seized power in Germany in the 20th century worked with real and deliberate purpose to claim Frederick as direct spiritual ancestor of its own militarist and expansionist project, propaganda films and state ceremony alike casting the 18th century king as a heroic forerunner of the very regime that would go on. Within living memory of Frederick's own reburial controversy this evening has already described, to plunge the whole of Europe into a catastrophe considerably darker than anything the 7 Years' War had ever actually produced. And it is worth naming plainly that Adolf Hitler himself kept a portrait of Frederick prominently displayed inside his own underground bunker in Berlin during the final catastrophic weeks of the Second World War, and that his own propaganda minister, Joseph Goebbels, invoked quite explicitly and by name this evening's own earlier account of the miracle of the House of Brandenburg, when news reached the beleaguered German capital in April of 1945 that the American President Franklin Roosevelt had suddenly and unexpectedly died, a moment Goebbels seized on with genuine and rather desperate excitement, as evidence that history might be about to repeat, nearly 2 centuries later, and under circumstances that bore no honest resemblance to Frederick's own considerably more modest 18th century war. The same kind of 11th hour deliverance that had once saved Prussia from the brink of collapse in the winter of 1762, a hope this evening is not going to pretend otherwise, that the actual course of the war in the weeks that followed did nothing whatsoever to justify. It is worth remembering, too, that this same deliberate propaganda appropriation is precisely why a reunified Germany, only a single year removed from its own formal reunification, approached Frederick's own long-delayed reburial at Sans Souci in 1991 with the genuine public unease this evening has already named, a nation working out, in real time and in full public view, how to separate a genuinely complicated 18th century king, a reformer of real substance and a conqueror of real ruthlessness, both at once, from the considerably simpler and considerably more purely militaristic caricature a 20th century regime had once found it politically useful to make of him. It is worth naming finally one considerably gentler and considerably more quietly persistent piece of this same long afterlife, because it offers a genuinely fitting note to close this particular section on. Visitors to Frederick's own grave at Sans Souci today, rather than leaving the flowers a more conventional royal tomb might expect, very often leave instead a small handful of raw potatoes set directly on the plain stone slab marking his own final resting place. A quiet and genuinely widespread modern tribute to the very same agricultural legend this evening has already described. Ordinary visitors continuing in their own small way, and very possibly without even fully knowing the specific story behind the gesture, to honour a king considerably more directly for the crop he once talked an entire sceptical peasantry into planting than for any of the battles this whole long evening has spent so many of its own hours describing in far greater and far bloodier detail. a capital city occupied for 4 days, and a ransom paid simply to make the raiders leave again. It is worth naming too, before this evening turns back to weighing the whole shape of Frederick's own life together. A single episode of the 7 Years' War this evening has not yet had occasion to describe, because it brought the war Frederick had spent so many years fighting on distant battlefields directly into the streets of his own capital city. In October of 1760, with Frederick's own main army occupied elsewhere defending Silesia, a combined raiding force of Russian and Austrian troops under the Russian general Gottlob Kurt Heinrich von Tottleben advanced on an essentially undefended Berlin, and it is worth naming plainly that the city, lacking any serious fortification of its own, and garrisoned only by a small number of reserve and invalid troops entirely unequal to the task of a genuine defence, was occupied by the raiding force for 4 full days. Its own military storehouses and arms manufactories deliberately destroyed, and its own municipal authorities forced to pay a substantial ransom in cash specifically to persuade the occupying commanders to withdraw before Frederick's own main army, alerted to the crisis, could arrive to relieve the city. It is worth adding honestly that the raiders themselves, whatever real damage they inflicted on Berlin's own military infrastructure, largely spared the civilian population from the kind of systematic destruction other occupied cities of this same war suffered considerably more severely, withdrawing once the ransom had actually been paid, and Frederick's own approaching relief force made further occupation increasingly risky, back toward their own lines, without attempting to hold the Prussian capital permanently. But it's worth naming too that the whole episode offered every court in Europe a genuinely striking reminder of exactly how precarious Frederick's own position actually remained, even at the height of his own considerable battlefield reputation, a king capable of shattering entire armies at Rossbach and Leuthen, who could not, for 4 days in the autumn of 1760, prevent an enemy raiding force from walking essentially unopposed into the very heart of his own kingdom, a beloved sister, and a grief this king rarely allowed anyone else to actually witness. It is worth returning to before this evening moves toward its own final hours, to the one relationship this whole long story has already told you mattered more to Frederick's own private, emotional survival than nearly any other, because Wilhelmina, the elder sister who had shared in the worst of their own father's cruelty during their shared childhood, and had gone on to become, across the whole of Frederick's own adult life, his single closest confidant and his most trusted correspondent, died in October of 1758, in the very middle of the desperate fighting this evening, has already described consuming the whole of that same year, and it is worth naming honestly exactly how completely that same loss appears to have devastated a king who had, by that point in his own life, trained himself to present an almost unbroken face of cold, calculating composure to nearly everyone else around him. Frederick, according to more than one surviving account from those closest to him, was informed of his own sister's death in the immediate aftermath of the costly and only partially successful Battle of Hochkirch. This evening has already described, and reportedly wept, openly and for a considerable time, in front of officers who had never once, across years of shared campaigning, seen their own king display anything resembling that same depth of unguarded personal grief, a rare crack in the carefully maintained composure this whole evening has otherwise shown you Frederick presenting to nearly the whole of the rest of the world, and it is worth remembering too that Wilhelmina's own surviving memoirs, composed across the years before her own death, and covering, in real and often genuinely painful detail, the whole of their shared childhood under their own father's harsh and unpredictable temper, remain to this day one of the single most valuable and most intimate surviving windows historians actually possess into exactly what that same childhood, this evening's own opening hours have already described in outline, genuinely felt like from the inside, written by the one other person alive who had actually lived through the whole of it, standing directly beside him. A shop window, a mocking cartoon, and a king who ordered it hung lower rather than torn down. It is worth naming, too, a considerably lighter and considerably more warmly human anecdote from these same middle years of Frederick's own reign, because it belongs beside the grimmer material this evening has just finished describing, and offers a genuinely useful reminder that the king who fought so many wars and buried so much of his own private grief was also, by a great many contemporary accounts, capable of a real and rather disarming sense of humour about his own public reputation. A shopkeeper in Berlin, unhappy with one of Frederick's own royal decrees, is reported by more than one surviving account to have displayed, in his own shop window, a satirical print mocking the king directly, an act that a royal official, hearing of it, moved swiftly to have removed before Frederick himself could be further embarrassed by it, only for Frederick, learning what had actually happened, to countermand the order and instruct that the print be left exactly where it was, hung, if anything, a little lower in the window, so that passers-by would not have to strain their own necks quite so uncomfortably to get a proper look at it. A small and genuinely charming piece of royal self-deprecation that circulated widely enough across Frederick's own lifetime and across the 2.5 centuries since to become one of the small handful of anecdotes most commonly repeated whenever later writers set out to illustrate the particular, prickly, genuinely intelligent kind of confidence this king actually carried through even the more openly mocking moments of his own considerable public life. A conqueror who removed his own hat before a dead king's tomb and admitted why. It is worth naming, finally, before this evening turns to gathering the whole of tonight's long story back together, a single scene from 20 years after Frederick's own death, because it offers, in miniature, about as complete a verdict on the whole of his own military reputation as any single moment in the 2.5 centuries of history that followed him ever actually produced. In October of 1806, the French Emperor Napoleon Bonaparte, whose own campaigns this evening's own earlier telling of a considerably later story has already followed across the length and breadth of Europe, inflicted on Prussia at the twin battles of Jena and Auerstedt, a defeat so total and so catastrophically complete that it shattered, within the space of a single day's fighting, the whole of the military reputation Frederick had spent his own entire reign so carefully building, and Napoleon, entering Berlin and then Potsdam in the immediate aftermath of that same victory, made a point of visiting the garrison church where Frederick's own remains had been laid to rest 2 decades earlier, standing before the tomb by more than one surviving account, in a long and genuinely uncharacteristic silence, before turning to the assembled marshals of his own victorious army and remarking, in words that have been quoted and requoted across the whole of the following 2 centuries, that they should remove their own hats, because with a man buried in front of them still alive, none of them would actually be standing there at all. Napoleon, in a gesture several historians read as a genuinely calculated piece of political theatre, rather than any purely spontaneous act of respect, ordered Frederick's own ceremonial sword and sash removed from the tomb and carried back to Paris as a war trophy, a final and genuinely striking indignity visited on a king who had spent nearly the whole of his own reign specifically building the kind of military machine capable of resisting exactly this sort of humiliation. And it is worth naming plainly that the whole episode, considered honestly, tells us something genuinely important about the actual lasting shape of Frederick's own legacy, a reputation for military genius so thoroughly established across Europe that even the single most successful conqueror of the entire following generation felt the need to stand before an old king's tomb and publicly acknowledge it, even as that same conqueror's own presence in Berlin at all stood as the clearest possible proof that the kingdom Frederick had built, however formidable in its own moment, had not in the end proven permanently invincible against whatever considerably larger and considerably more ruthless force eventually came to test it. A rich, populous, and overwhelmingly Catholic province, folded into an overwhelmingly Protestant kingdom that had never actually governed anything quite like it before. It is worth returning briefly to the province whose own sudden seizure this whole evening story actually began with, because Silesia was never, in the whole of the following 4.5 decades Frederick spent defending it, simply a line redrawn on a map, and it is worth naming exactly why holding it proved every bit as demanding, in its own quieter administrative way, as the 2 hard-fought wars this evening has already described winning it. Silesia arrived inside Frederick's own kingdom as easily the single wealthiest and most densely populated territory Prussia had ever governed, its own thriving linen-weaving industry alone very nearly doubling the whole of Frederick's own annual tax revenue at a single stroke. But it arrived, too, as a province whose own population remained substantially and often devoutly Catholic, ruled now by a Protestant Hohenzollern crown that had spent the whole of the previous century building its own particular style of governance around an overwhelmingly Lutheran and Calvinist population. And it is worth naming honestly that Frederick's own considerable and genuinely sincere commitment to religious toleration, the very same commitment this evening has already described extending to Berlin's own Catholic and Jewish communities, was tested nowhere quite so directly or quite so consequentially as in his own careful and deliberately even-handed administration of this same newly conquered Silesian population, a policy of real, practical restraint that did more, several historians have since argued, to actually secure Prussian Silesia's own long-term loyalty than any garrison Frederick ever stationed there could have managed entirely on its own. A set of written instructions, and the generals of an entirely different century who kept reading them anyway. It is worth naming too one further and considerably more purely intellectual piece of Frederick's own inheritance, because his own influence on the actual theory and practice of European warfare long outlasted the specific battles this evening has already described him fighting. Frederick composed, across the middle years of his own reign, and intended originally only for the private instruction of his own most senior Prussian commanders, a detailed treatise known as the Instructions to his Generals, setting down, in real and considered depth, his own accumulated thinking on troop discipline, on rapid manoeuvre, and on the particular tactical logic behind the oblique order. This evening has already described winning the battle at Leuthen, a text that circulated once it inevitably leaked beyond its own originally intended and strictly confidential Prussian readership among military theorists and ambitious young officers across the whole of Europe for the following century, studied with real and admiring attention by a considerably later generation of Prussian military thinkers, including the same Field Marshal Helmuth von Moltke. This evening's own earlier telling of a later German empire has already shown you engineering, the rapid, railway-enabled victories of the 1860s and the 1870s, a direct intellectual inheritance running from a single 18th century king's own private battlefield notebook, all the way through to the army that would go on, within less than a century of Frederick's own death, to unify the whole of Germany under Prussian leadership in exactly the mirrored hall at Versailles. This evening's own earlier hours have already described in full, a ledger, closed at last, that even Frederick's own harshest critics have found genuinely difficult to argue with. It is worth pausing now, before this evening finally gathers the whole of tonight's long story back together, on the plain and considered arithmetic of exactly what Frederick actually left behind him when he died at Sanssouci in the summer of 1786, because whatever this evening has already asked you to weigh honestly about the human cost of getting there, the raw transformation itself is not in any serious historical accounting actually in dispute. Frederick inherited in 1740 a kingdom of roughly 2.5 million people and an army of some 80,000 men. He left behind him, 46 years later, a kingdom of nearly 6 million people, very nearly doubled in size through the successive acquisitions of Silesia and West Prussia. This evening is already described in detail. An army grown to something in the range of 190,000 men, the fourth largest standing military force anywhere on the entire European continent, despite Prussia's own population remaining smaller than every other major powers, and a treasury holding at his own death a reserve of gold that several careful modern estimates place at somewhere in the range of 50 million thalers, a sum his own considerably more spendthrift 18th century royal contemporaries elsewhere in Europe could scarcely have imagined accumulating. It is worth naming plainly that this same transformation, measured in the coldest and most purely quantitative terms available to any historian looking back on it, is exactly the transformation this whole evening's own opening thesis promised you at the very beginning of tonight's long story. A scattered, exposed, and thoroughly unremarkable kingdom turned, within the span of a single working lifetime, into one of the 5 genuine great powers whose consent the rest of Europe would spend the following century and more being required to seek. A captured notebook, published by an enemy hoping to embarrass a king that only ended up making him more famous instead. It is worth returning, briefly, to the instructions to his generals this evening has already described shaping the thinking of a considerably later generation of Prussian officers, because the text's own path into wider European circulation began, in fact, with an act of enemy sabotage rather than any deliberate choice on Frederick's own part to share it. Austrian forces, during the course of the 7 Years' War, captured a copy of Frederick's own confidential instructions from a seized Prussian officer's own personal effects, and moved swiftly to have the document translated and published, calculating, with what turned out to be a genuinely serious miscalculation, that exposing Frederick's own private tactical thinking to the wider world would embarrass the Prussian king, and hand his own enemies a considerable practical advantage in future engagements against him. It is worth naming, honestly, exactly how badly that same calculation actually backfired, because the published text, rather than damaging Frederick's own reputation, instead spread his own tactical doctrine considerably further and considerably faster across the officer corps of every major European army than any deliberate publication Frederick himself might otherwise have chosen to authorize, so that an act of wartime sabotage aimed specifically at undermining him ended up, within only a few short years, cementing his own reputation as the single most studied tactical mind of his own century instead. The whole of educated Europe, waking on a single winter morning in 1740 to discover that a kingdom nobody had been watching very closely had just changed everything at once. It is worth naming too exactly how the news of Frederick's own sudden invasion of Silesia actually landed across the rest of the European continent, because the shock of it registered, in the private correspondence of nearly every major court, with a genuine and rather startled disbelief. The aging French chief minister, Cardinal Fleury, watching from Paris, is reported by more than one contemporary account to have found the whole affair genuinely difficult to credit. A young and largely untested Prussian king gambling his own kingdom's entire future on a single unprovoked winter campaign against a considerably larger power, while the British court, bound by treaty obligations of its own toward Maria Theresa's own inheritance, watched with a real and growing alarm at exactly how quickly a single Prussian king's own private ambition threatened to drag the whole of Europe into a general war neither London nor Paris had actually been seeking. A diplomatic shockwave this evening has already described widening within less than a year into the full continental conflict that would occupy the whole of the following decade, a dusty treaty from 2 centuries earlier, and a legal claim Frederick himself never actually seemed to believe in very deeply. It is worth returning briefly, before this evening gathers the whole of tonight's story back together, to the specific and genuinely obscure legal pretext Frederick actually reached for when he marched his own army into Silesia in December of 1740. Because the case, thin as it was, did not come from nowhere, and it is worth naming honestly what it actually rested on. The House of Hohenzollern held, dating back to a 16th century inheritance treaty signed in 1537 between the ruling families of Brandenburg and the Silesian Duchy of Liegnitz, a genuinely old and genuinely disputed claim to a handful of specific Silesian territories, an arrangement the Habsburgs themselves had long since refused to recognise, and had, on more than one occasion across the following 2 centuries, formally overruled through their own imperial authority as overlords of the whole of Bohemia and its own dependent Silesian duchies, so that the claim Frederick's own lawyers hurriedly assembled in the weeks before his own invasion was, by the honest admission of nearly every historian who's examined it since, a genuinely thin legal reed to hang an entire war of conquest on, considerably more useful as a piece of paper Frederick could wave in front of foreign diplomats than as any actual conviction the king himself took seriously in private. It is worth remembering, too, that Frederick's own later writings on the whole affair barely bother defending the legal claim at all, dwelling instead with the same candour this evening as already quoted him offering about his own naked ambition on the simple, calculated opportunity Maria Theresa's own untested inheritance had presented him. A king who understood perfectly well, even as he ordered his own lawyers to keep drafting their own increasingly strained legal justifications, that the Treaty of 1537 was never really the reason Prussian soldiers were marching into Breslau at all. A round table with room enough for a mathematician, a popularizer of science, and one particularly unfortunate philosopher of appetite. It is worth returning, too, to the intellectual household Frederick actually built around himself at Sanssouci, because Voltaire, however famous, and however much space this evening has already given him, was never the only mind Frederick gathered at his own dinner table across these same years of peace. The Italian writer Francesco Algarotti, already well known across Europe for his own genuinely successful popular introduction to the physics of Isaac Newton, spent real time as a favoured guest at Frederick's court, and the French physician and philosopher Julien Offray de la Métrie, a genuinely radical materialist thinker whose own writings, arguing that the human mind was nothing more than the physical workings of the body's own machinery, had made him too controversial and too actively persecuted to safely remain in France or in the Netherlands, found in Frederick's own famously tolerant court one of the very few places in Europe willing to shelter him at all. A hospitality this evening has already shown you Frederick extending in one form or another to nearly every brilliant and inconvenient mind his own century managed to produce. It is worth naming, too, the genuinely strange and rather darkly comic circumstances of La Métrie's own eventual death in 1751, since the philosopher, dining at the table of the French ambassador in Berlin, is reported by more than one contemporary account to have died from the effects of having eaten, with real and evidently reckless enthusiasm, an entire truffled pâté in a single sitting, a death several of his own philosophical rivals found, in the years that followed, considerably too perfectly ironic for a man who had built his own entire reputation, arguing that human beings were governed by nothing more elevated than their own bodily appetites, to resist mentioning at every available opportunity. And one Frederick himself, genuinely fond of the man despite the controversy that trailed him everywhere, mourned with a warmth several courtiers found rather more sincere than the king's own carefully guarded public composure usually allowed him to show. A queen who spent 53 years married to a king who almost never visited her. It is worth naming, too, one final and considerably more melancholy accounting. This evening owes the woman this whole long story as mentioned only in passing so far, because Elizabeth Christine of Brunswick-Bevan deserves better than the single cold paragraph a more hurried retelling might otherwise be tempted to give her. Married to Frederick in 1733 in a match neither party had actually chosen for themselves, Elizabeth Christine went on to preside across the whole of her own husband's 46-year reign over the formal, ceremonial half of Prussian court life. Frederick himself had almost no patience for, hosting official receptions and representing the crown at exactly the kind of public occasions her own husband increasingly preferred to avoid entirely in favour of the private world he had built for himself at Sans-Souci. And it is worth naming, honestly, that by every surviving account of her own conduct across these same 5 decades, she carried out that same lonely and largely thankless public role with a genuine dignity and a genuine uncomplaining patience several contemporary observers specifically remarked on, never once, so far as any surviving record shows, publicly criticising the husband who had excluded her so completely and so permanently from the actual private life he built for himself. It is worth adding finally that Elizabeth Christine outlived Frederick himself by more than a decade, dying in 1797 at the age of 77, and that she was buried in the end not beside the husband whose name she had carried for 53 years, but in her own separate resting place at the Berlin Cathedral, a final small measure, in death as in life, of exactly how completely 2 people bound together by a single arranged marriage could spend the whole of their own adult lives occupying entirely separate and largely disconnected worlds. A young empress who lost a province and spent the following 15 years quietly building the army that would very nearly take it back. It is worth naming, too, before this evening turns to gathering everything back together, exactly what Frederick's own sudden invasion in 1740 actually did to the woman on the receiving end of it, because Maria Theresa deserves, in her own right, considerably more than the role of a passive victim this evening's own earlier hours may have left her occupying. The young empress, humiliated by the loss of her own richest province, within months of an inheritance she had spent years being formally promised, would remain whole and undivided, responded not with resignation, but with a genuinely sustained and genuinely consequential programme of her own military and administrative reform, overhauling the Habsburg army's own outdated recruitment and training systems, reorganising her own state finances along considerably more centralised and considerably more efficient lines clearly modelled, several historians have noted, on exactly the kind of Prussian administrative machinery that had made Frederick's own invasion possible in the first place, and elevating the same patient diplomat, Wenzel Anton von Kaunitz, whose own quiet engineering of the diplomatic revolution this evening has already described, to a position of sustained and genuinely trusted influence over Austrian foreign policy for the following 4 decades. It is worth naming honestly that the very coalition Frederick found himself fighting for his own kingdom's survival against in 1756 was, in a very real sense, the direct and considered product of exactly this same 15 years of patient Austrian reconstruction. A young empress who had once been dismissed by Frederick's own private calculation as too weak and too untested to actually defend her own inheritance, spending a decade and a half proving with real and formidable persistence exactly how mistaken that same calculation had actually been. What it would have felt like, in the plainest and most physical sense, to be an ordinary family in a Saxon or Silesian village the moment an army, any army, came marching up the road toward your own front door. It is worth pausing, too, on the overwhelming majority of the people who actually lived through the wars this evening has spent so many of its own hours describing in terms of kings and generals and decisive tactical manoeuvres, because they were, of course, neither. An 18th century army on the march required, every single day it remained in the field, an enormous and constant supply of bread, of fodder for its own horses, and of quartered shelter for its own soldiers, needs that fell, in practice, almost entirely on whatever ordinary villages and whatever ordinary farming families happened to lie along its own line of march, a system of forced requisition and forced quartering that meant an approaching army, friend or enemy alike, represented to the actual families living in its own path something considerably closer to an unstoppable natural disaster than to any distant political abstraction. Granaries emptied at a moment's notice, livestock seized for slaughter, and soldiers, sometimes numbering in the dozens for a single modest farmhouse, billeted directly inside a family's own home for however many nights the army's own commanders judged necessary. It is worth naming, honestly, that Saxony in particular, occupied by Frederick's own forces for the greater part of the entire 7 Years' War, and squeezed for a level of taxation and requisition several contemporary accounts describe as genuinely punishing, suffered a level of ordinary civilian hardship. This evening's own earlier focus on battlefield glory has not yet had occasion to properly name. Entire Saxon districts reduced to real and documented hunger by an occupying army that needed first and always to keep its own soldiers fed regardless of what that same feeding actually cost the ordinary families whose own harvests were being requisitioned to provide it, a cost this tradition owes the honest naming of, alongside every battle this whole evening has already described in considerably more glorious and considerably more carefully commanded detail. A royal order reaching all the way down to a single village schoolhouse. It is worth naming, too, one further and considerably less celebrated piece of domestic reform from these same later, quieter decades of Frederick's own reign, because it reached, in a way even the draining of the Oderbruch marshland never quite managed to, directly into the daily life of nearly every ordinary Prussian family regardless of how far their own village happened to sit from Berlin or from Potsdam. In 1763, in the very same year the Peace of Hubertusburg finally ended 7 years of continuous warfare, Frederick issued a formal decree known as the General Landschulreglement, the general regulation for village schools, mandating for the first time across the whole of Prussian territory that children between the ages of 5 and 13 attend a local school and receive at least a basic education in reading, writing, and religious instruction, a genuinely early piece of compulsory schooling legislation that placed Prussia, on paper at least, considerably ahead of most other European states in formally committing its own government to the education of its own ordinary rural population. It is worth naming honestly that the actual implementation of that same ambitious decree fell, in practice, considerably short of its own stated aims across a great many poorer and more remote Prussian villages, hampered by a chronic shortage of properly trained teachers and by the same persistent rural poverty this evening has already described the post-war reconstruction working to address. But it is worth remembering too that the underlying principle Frederick's own decree established, that a state bore some genuine and formal responsibility for the basic education of its own ordinary subjects, rather than leaving that same education entirely to private charity or simple parental means, would go on, across the following century and a half, to become one of the foundational assumptions behind the broader Prussian and eventually German educational tradition, a system later 19th century visitors from considerably wealthier nations would come to study and, in a great many documented cases, to actively imitate. The fifth chair at a table that had, until this same reign, only ever needed 4. It is worth naming finally, before this evening gathers everything back together one last time, exactly what kind of a permanent place Frederick's own transformed kingdom had actually secured for itself at the wider table of European diplomacy by the time of his own death in 1786, because the great powers of the following century, Britain, France, Austria and Russia, chief among them, would spend the whole of the era this evening's own earlier telling of a later German Empire has already carried you through treating Prussia's own consent Prussia's own army, and Prussia's own considered judgment as an entirely ordinary and entirely necessary part of nearly every major European settlement that followed, from the redrawing of the continental map at the Congress of Vienna in 1815, all the way through to the mirrored hall at Versailles in 1871, where this same evening has already shown you Frederick's own considerably later successors finally completing the work of turning his own single kingdom into the beating administrative and military heart of an entirely unified German nation. It is worth remembering plainly one final time that none of that later history, the Prussian-led unification, the formidable German army that would go on to reshape the whole of the following century, for better and for very much worse besides, was in any way guaranteed or even especially likely on the cold December morning in 1740, when a 28-year-old king marched an unproven army into a province he held no serious moral claim to, and that the whole of it, every single later chapter this channel has already spent a separate long night describing, and every chapter, still waiting in this same channel's own future episodes to be told, rests, in the end, on the specific, contested and morally complicated foundation this entire evening has just spent so many hours laying out honestly in front of you. A king who rose before the sun for the whole of his own adult life, and rarely once explained why he actually needed to. It is worth naming, too, exactly what an ordinary working day inside Frederick's own household actually looked like, because the sheer discipline of it explains a great deal about how a single man managed to personally read, annotate and respond to the volume of state correspondence this evening has already described, defining his own later years. Frederick rose, across nearly the whole of his own adult life and regardless of season, at 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, a habit several visiting foreign diplomats found genuinely startling, given how late the fashionable courts of Paris and Vienna preferred to keep their own royal hours, working through state papers, military reports, and correspondence for several uninterrupted hours before most of his own ministers had so much as finished dressing, a schedule Frederick maintained with real and unbending consistency right up until the physical frailty of his own final years finally began to slow him down. And it is worth naming honestly that this same relentless personal discipline, however genuinely productive, left him, by nearly every surviving account of those who actually worked alongside him, with remarkably little patience for subordinates who could not match it, a king who expected of every minister and every general under his own command something approaching the same tireless, unsentimental competence he demanded, first and always, of himself. It is worth naming, too, what actually happened once the state papers had finally been cleared for the day, because Frederick's own dinner table at Sanssouci became, across these same years, one of the more genuinely distinctive intellectual institutions of 18th century Europe in its own right. Guests invited to dine with the king, a small and carefully chosen circle that included, across different periods of his own reign, Voltaire, Maupertuis, Algarotti, and La Mettrie. This evening has already introduced individually, were expected not merely to make polite conversation, but to actually argue, Frederick himself relishing sharp philosophical and literary debate conducted almost entirely in French, and pursued, by more than one surviving account, with a real and sometimes genuinely uncomfortable intensity, the king pressing his own guests hard on their own positions and showing, several visitors recorded with a mixture of admiration and real personal discomfort, considerably less patience for flattery than for genuine intellectual resistance. A dinner table several exhausted guests privately compared, in their own letters home, to a kind of ongoing examination they had never quite finished studying for, a tax on coffee, and a small army of inspectors trained specifically to smell it roasting through someone else's own closed window. It is worth naming, too, one further and rather more absurd piece of Frederick's own later domestic policy, because it belongs directly beside the mocking cartoon this evening has already described him ordering hung lower rather than removed. In the 1770s, concerned at the volume of Prussian silver leaving the kingdom to pay for imported coffee beans, Frederick imposed a strict royal monopoly on coffee roasting, reserving the trade for royally licensed roasters, and employing to enforce that same monopoly against ordinary households who preferred to roast their own beans illegally at home, a corps of former disabled soldiers popularly nicknamed coffee sniffers, men dispatched through the streets of Prussian towns specifically to detect, by smell alone, the telltale aroma of unlicensed roasting drifting out of some ordinary family's own kitchen window, a genuinely intrusive and genuinely unpopular policy that produced, across the towns where it was actually enforced, real and lasting popular resentment, and one this evening names honestly alongside the considerably more flattering potato legend, because both stories, taken together, capture something genuinely true about a king who was, in the very same decade, capable of both the gentle persuasion of a guarded field and the considerably more heavy-handed intrusion of an inspector sniffing at a neighbour's own chimney smoke, a province seized in a single winter month, and the sheer, quiet disbelief of the officials who woke up to find it already gone. It is worth returning one final time to the actual invasion of Silesia this whole long story first set in motion, because it is worth naming, honestly, exactly how little resistance Frederick's own opening campaign in December of 1740 actually met on the ground. A detail that captures, in miniature, exactly how thoroughly Maria Theresa's own inherited Habsburg administration had been caught unprepared. Frederick's army crossed into Silesian territory in the depths of winter, occupying the provincial capital of Breslau and a string of lightly garrisoned fortress towns within a matter of weeks. Local Austrian officials and local Silesian nobility alike waking, across a great many of these same towns, to find Prussian soldiers already quartered in their own streets before any meaningful Habsburg military response had even begun to be organised. A speed and a completeness of occupation that stunned European diplomatic circles considerably more than any single subsequent battle of the whole war that followed, and that told every other court on the continent, in the plainest possible terms, exactly how decisively and how suddenly the balance of power in Central Europe had just been rewritten by a king not yet even a full year into his own reign. A second young officer, and the considerably quieter fate that spared him the scaffold his own friend actually died on, it is worth naming, before this evening lets the story of that same failed 1730 escape rest for good exactly what became of the third man caught up in it, because his own fate stands in genuinely striking contrast to Katter's, and this tradition owes him at least a single honest sentence. Peter Christoph, Karl von Keith, the second officer who had helped plan Frederick's own attempted flight, and whose own last-minute loss of nerve by several accounts actually alerted Frederick William to the whole conspiracy in the first place, managed, unlike Katter, to flee across the border before he could be arrested, escaping first to the Dutch Republic and eventually settling in England, where he lived out the whole of the following decades in a genuinely comfortable exile. And it is worth naming, honestly, that Frederick himself, once he had come to the throne, quietly arranged a modest pension for the same friend whose own panic had very possibly helped doom Katter to the scaffold Frederick had once been forced to watch from a fortress window. A small and rather complicated act of mercy toward a man whose own role in the whole affair remained, for the rest of both their lives, a subject neither one of them ever seems to have raised directly with the other again. A book written against deception by a young man who had not yet had any occasion to actually practice it himself. It is worth returning to the specific content of the Anti-Machiavel this evening as already named, because the particular precepts Frederick actually singled out for rejection make the irony of his own later career considerably sharper than a passing mention alone can properly convey. Machiavelli had argued, across the whole of his own 16th century treatise, that a prince who wished to hold power successfully must be willing to break his own word whenever honouring it no longer served his own interest, that appearing virtuous mattered considerably more than actually being virtuous, and that a wise ruler should strike first against a weaker rival the moment opportunity presented itself rather than wait for some more scrupulously justified occasion. Frederick, barely 27 years old and still years away from his own throne, rejected every one of these same precepts in turn, insisting, at real and evidently sincere length, that a genuinely great prince earned his own people's loyalty through honesty and restraint rather than through calculated deception, and it is worth sitting one final time with exactly how completely the invasion of Silesia less than a year later inverted nearly every single one of those same young man's own carefully argued convictions. A broken treaty, a strike against a weaker rival's own untested inheritance, and a public justification. Frederick himself privately admitted was considerably less important to him than the plain opportunity the moment itself had presented. A vineyard terrace, an orangery, and a small whimsical tea-house built entirely in the shape of a foreign country, neither its own architect nor its own owner had ever actually visited. It is worth adding, too, a little more of what Sans Souci itself actually looked and felt like, because the palace grew, across the whole of Frederick's own residence there, into considerably more than the single modest building this evening has already described. The hillside beneath the palace itself was terraced into 6 broad tiers, planted with vines and fig trees, an experiment in cultivating genuinely Mediterranean crops on the sandy Prussian soil that succeeded well enough to produce, by several contemporary accounts, real and creditable Prussian wine, and the grounds eventually grew to include an elaborate orangery, and completed in 1757 in the very middle of the desperate fighting. This evening has already described consuming that same year a small and genuinely whimsical garden pavilion called the Chinese House, its own gilded columns and its own life-size statues of figures dressed in an imagined decorative version of Chinese costume, reflecting a fashion for chinoiserie, then sweeping the wealthier courts of Europe. A genuinely playful and genuinely escapist little building for a king to be commissioning in the exact same year his own kingdom was fighting for its own outright survival on battlefields not so very far away, and one that tells us something real about how completely Frederick seems to have needed Sans Souci's own private fantasy to actually function as a genuine escape from the war he could never otherwise set down. A battle so savage that men on both sides stopped taking prisoners at all. It is worth returning too to the Battle of Zorndorf this evening has already named only briefly, because the sheer scale of its own mutual slaughter deserves a considerably more honest accounting than a single passing sentence can properly give it. Fought across a single brutal day in August of 1758 between Frederick's own army and a Russian force under General Fermor, Zorndorf produced casualties, killed and wounded combined, that several careful modern estimates place at somewhere close to a third of the total number of men who had marched onto the field that same morning on either side. A scale of mutual destruction severe enough that more than one surviving account describes soldiers on both sides, in the battle's own final and most desperate hours, ceasing to take prisoners at all, the fighting degenerating into a close, grinding and genuinely merciless struggle in which surrender itself had effectively stopped functioning as any kind of meaningful protection. And it is worth naming honestly that Frederick himself, in his own later writing about the war, singled out Zorndorf as among the hardest and the most personally exhausting single days of fighting in the whole of his own military career, a battle that produced no clean tactical triumph of the kind this evening as already described at Rossbach or at Leuthen, only an appalling volume of dead on both sides, and a field neither army could honestly claim to have actually won. An affectionate nickname, coined by the very soldiers who had the least reason of anyone to actually feel affection for him. It is worth naming finally one small and genuinely touching detail about how Frederick's own ordinary soldiers, the same conscripted men this evening has already described enduring a genuinely harsh code of military discipline, actually spoke of their own king across the long years of campaigning. This whole evening has walked you through. Prussian soldiers took some time during these same wars to calling Frederick among themselves and largely out of his own earshot, Der alte Fritz, Old Fritz, an affectionate and genuinely informal nickname that spread, by the final decades of his own reign, well beyond the army itself into the ordinary popular speech of Prussian civilians as well. A small piece of genuine folk warmth that sits, honestly, in real and rather touching tension with everything this evening has already told you about the harsh discipline, the compulsory service, and the real physical danger that same army actually subjected its own ordinary conscripts to. A reminder that even a genuinely hard and genuinely demanding king could still, in the end, earn something recognisably close to real popular affection from the very men who had paid, in blood and in years of their own lives, the actual cost of his own considerable ambition. A chancellor who spent 2 full decades turning a king's own philosophical ambition into actual workable statute. It is worth naming too the specific minister who actually carried out the enormous legal codification project this evening has already credited Frederick with beginning, because a king's own reforming intention, however genuinely sincere, rarely translates into workable law without a genuinely skilled administrator willing to spend years grinding through the actual unglamorous detail of it. Samuel von Kotzebue, appointed Frederick's own Grand Chancellor within months of the new king's own accession in 1740, spent the better part of the following 2 decades touring Prussian courts personally to investigate corruption and delay, dismissing judges he found incompetent or dishonest, and drafting, under Frederick's own close and continuous supervision, the systematic legal code that would eventually culminate, years after both men's own deaths, in the Allgemeines Landrecht this evening as already named, a genuinely enormous undertaking this evening credits honestly to the patient. Grinding labour of a specific and largely unrecognised minister, rather than letting the whole of the achievement rest, as a simpler retelling might prefer, on the reforming reputation of the king alone. A trading company founded specifically to keep Prussian silver from leaving the kingdom quite so easily. It is worth naming too one further piece of Frederick's own post-war economic rebuilding. This evening has not yet had occasion to describe, because it shows exactly how far the king was willing to extend direct state involvement into the actual mechanics of Prussian commerce. In 1772, the same year as the first partition of Poland this evening has already described in detail, Frederick founded the Seehandlung, a state-chartered overseas trading company intended to promote Prussian maritime commerce and reduce the kingdom's own persistent dependence on foreign merchants and foreign shipping, a genuinely early piece of state-directed economic development banking that placed the Prussian crown directly into the business of underwriting trade risk and financing new commercial ventures, an institution that would go on, across the following century, to evolve into one of the foundational pieces of the modern Prussian and eventually German state banking tradition. A considerably less glamorous legacy than any single battlefield victory this evening has already described, but one that mattered, in real and lasting practical terms, to considerably more ordinary Prussian households than any single treaty signed at Hubertusburg or at Dresden ever actually did. A brilliant Jewish philosopher, recommended for a royal honour by the very scholars who actually knew his own work best, and quietly refused it anyway. It is worth naming too one final and genuinely uncomfortable limit to the religious toleration this evening has already described Frederick extending so broadly across his own kingdom, because it belongs, honestly, directly beside the mosque anecdote and the recall of Christian Wolff this evening has already told you about with real and genuine warmth. Moses Mendelssohn, a philosopher of real and widely recognised brilliance who spent nearly the whole of his own adult life living and working in Frederick's own Berlin, and whose own writing earned him, across educated Europe, the admiring nickname the German Socrates, was formally proposed for membership in Frederick's own Berlin Academy of Sciences by the very academicians who actually knew his own philosophical work best, a nomination Frederick, for reasons his own surviving correspondence never fully and satisfyingly explains, personally declined to approve, leaving one of the sharpest philosophical minds working anywhere in his own kingdom, permanently excluded from the one formal intellectual honour that might have most fully recognised him, a quiet and rarely discussed limit to Frederick's own considerable religious tolerance. This evening owes you honestly because a king capable of recalling Christian Wolff from exile on his own first day of rule, and of promising a mosque to settlers who never actually arrived, was, in this one specific and rather telling instance, apparently not quite capable of extending that same full and considered welcome to the single most distinguished Jewish scholar actually living and working inside his own capital city. A hussar commander so famous for striking from cover that his own name became a permanent part of the German language for exactly that manoeuvre. It is worth naming too one further Prussian officer this evening has not yet had occasion to introduce, because he belongs directly alongside Schwerin and Seydlitz in any honest accounting of the men whose own considerable skill actually made Frederick's own tactical reputation possible. Hans Joachim von Zieten, a cavalry commander whose own light hussar regiment specialised in exactly the kind of sudden, concealed ambush this evening has already described Frederick himself relying on at Rossbach, became so closely and so permanently associated with striking an unsuspecting enemy from behind cover that the German phrase Zieten aus dem Busch, Zieten from the bushes, entered the wider German language as a lasting idiom for precisely that kind of unexpected tactical surprise, a considerably more folksy and considerably more affectionately remembered piece of linguistic legacy than the word Prussian itself this evening has already described, and one that tells us something real about just how deeply this whole cast of officers, and not merely the king who commanded them, actually worked its own way into the ordinary language and the ordinary popular memory of the following century. A hunting lodge in the Saxon countryside, and a peace signed in barely a week after 7 years that had refused to end. It is worth adding finally a little more of the actual physical circumstances under which the 7 Years' War's own long ordeal actually came to a close, because the setting itself carries its own small and rather fitting irony. The negotiations that produced the Peace of Hubertusburg took place in the early weeks of 1763 at a modest royal hunting lodge of exactly that same name in the Saxon countryside, chosen largely for its own convenient location between the exhausted combatants' own respective territories, and concluded, once the assembled diplomats had finally sat down together in earnest, within barely a single week of sustained negotiation, a peace settled in a matter of days at a country hunting retreat after 7 full years of continuous warfare had failed to settle anything at all through force of arms alone. A small and genuinely telling reminder that the war's own final resolution came, in the end, not from any single decisive battlefield stroke, but from simple, mutual, and thoroughly exhausted diplomatic practicality, a gun light enough to gallop alongside a horse, and an innovation the rest of Europe spent decades trying to properly copy. It is worth naming too one further and considerably more technical piece of Frederick's own military legacy, because it changed the actual practice of European battlefield artillery for the whole of the following century. Frederick pioneered, across the middle years of the 7 Years' War, the development of what came to be called horse artillery, light cannon mounted and crewed in a way that let the guns themselves move at the same speed as cavalry, rather than lagging, as traditional artillery always had, behind the slower pace of marching infantry. A genuine tactical innovation that let Frederick reposition firepower across a battlefield with a speed no other European army of his own period could reliably match. And it is worth naming honestly that this same innovation, like the instructions to his generals this evening has already described circulating among later military theorists, was studied and gradually adopted by nearly every other major European power across the following decades. One further small piece of proof that Frederick's own influence on the actual practice of warfare considerably outlasted any single battle this evening has already described him personally commanding. A throne that skipped one whole generation of its own royal family before it finally found an heir. It is worth naming, too, exactly how the Prussian crown actually passed once Frederick himself had no living children of his own to inherit it, because the succession this evening, as already mentioned in passing, deserves a clearer accounting. Frederick's own designated heir for the greater part of his own reign was his younger brother, Prince Augustus William, but that same brother died in 1758, in the very middle of the 7 Years' War. Following a difficult campaign, several accounts suggest Frederick himself had treated with real and rather characteristic harshness after a disputed retreat. A death that left the throne to pass, upon Frederick's own eventual death in 1786, not to a son of his own body at all, but to his brother's own son, Frederick William II, the same nephew this evening has already described overriding his own uncle's explicit burial wishes in favour of the grander state funeral Frederick had specifically asked not to have. A final set of written instructions warning a successor about dangers its own author would never personally live to see arrive. It is worth naming, too, exactly what Frederick actually told that same eventual successor in the second of his own two political testaments, drafted in 1768, because the document reveals a king thinking with genuine and rather sober clarity about danger still gathering well beyond the horizon of his own remaining years. Frederick warned, in that same testament, against the growing power of Russia, a state he had watched across the whole of the 7 Years' War, transform from a comparatively peripheral concern into one of the single most consequential military forces on the entire European continent, and cautioned his own eventual successor against any future war fought without the kind of overwhelming strategic necessity that had, at least in Frederick's own retrospective private judgment, justified his own original seizure of Silesia, advice that reads, honestly, with a considerable and rather uncomfortable irony given how casually the young Frederick of 1740 had actually treated that same question of necessity at the time. An old king counselling a caution in writing that his own younger self had never once seriously practised. A Protestant majority who found, in a new and foreign conqueror, a considerably gentler landlord than the one they had actually just lost. It is worth adding, finally, one further detail about the Silesian population this evening has already described Frederick governing with such careful and deliberate restraint, because it explains something real about why Prussian rule actually took root there as durably as it did. The great majority of ordinary Silesians were, by the time of Frederick's own conquest, practising Protestants living under an officially Catholic Habsburg administration that had spent the better part of a century applying real and often genuinely uncomfortable pressure toward religious conformity, so that Frederick's own arrival, whatever the naked opportunism behind it this evening has already named honestly, was received by a considerable portion of the ordinary Silesian population, not as a foreign occupation at all, but as a genuine and welcome religious liberation, a reception that gave Frederick's own newly conquered province a depth of ordinary popular loyalty his own purely military conquest of it could never on its own have actually secured. A fortress and a country house, both still standing today for anyone willing to make the considerably shorter journey than any of tonight's own soldiers ever actually had to. It is worth naming too what became of the two physical places this whole evening's opening hours first introduced you to, because both have survived, in their own different ways, into the present day. The fortress at Küstrin, the site of Kata's own execution, and of Frederick's own forced administrative apprenticeship, sits today in Polish territory under the modern name Kostrzyń, its own historic old town largely destroyed during the fighting of the Second World War, and left, across the following decades, as a preserved ruin rather than a rebuilt city. A considerably grimmer fate than Rheinsberg's own, since the country estate where Frederick spent the happiest years of his own early adulthood survives intact today as a functioning museum dedicated specifically to his own memory, and to the memory of the brother whose own death this evening has already described reshaping the whole of the eventual Prussian succession, drawing modern visitors to walk the same gardens where a young crown prince, freed for a few short years from his own father's harshest supervision, once composed music and corresponded with Voltaire without yet having any real idea of exactly how much war and how much ruthless calculation still lay ahead of him. A ledger of the dead, set down honestly rather than left to round itself away into comfortable vagueness. It is worth adding, too, before this evening turns to its own closing hours, the fuller human cost of the two wars that actually secured Silesia for Prussia in the first place, because this evening has already given you the far larger toll of the 7 Years' War, and owes you, in fairness, the same honesty about the wars that came before it. The First and Second Silesian Wars combined, fought across barely 5 years between 1740 and 1745, cost the various armies involved, Prussian, Austrian and their own respective allies together, something in the range of 100,000 men killed, wounded or dead of disease and privation in camp, a toll this evening names plainly, rather than letting the clean tactical triumph of Hohenfriedberg stand alone as the whole of what those same 5 years actually cost the ordinary soldiers, Prussian and Austrian alike, who never once appear by name in any of the diplomatic correspondence this evening, has already quoted from at such considerable length. A king at his own flute, painted a full century after his own death by an artist who had never once actually seen him play it. It is worth naming finally one further and genuinely beloved piece of Frederick's own cultural afterlife, because it shaped how a great many later generations actually pictured him considerably more vividly than any written account ever quite managed to. The 19th century German painter Adolf Menzel, working nearly 100 years after Frederick's own death, produced in 1852 a large and celebrated canvas titled The Flute Concert of Sans Souci, depicting an imagined evening performance in Frederick's own candlelit music room. The king himself at the centre of the composition, mid-note on his own flute, surrounded by his own household musicians and by the very same intellectual circle this evening, has already introduced you to across the whole of tonight's long story, a painting that became, across the following century and a half, one of the single most widely reproduced images of Frederick anywhere in European art, and one that fixed, in the popular imagination of millions of later viewers who never read a single page of Carlyle or Clarke or Blanning, the specific and genuinely tender image this whole evening has tried, honestly, to hold in careful balance against everything else you now know about the considerably harder king who also commanded at Rossbach, at Leuthen and at Kunersdorf. A 72-year-old field marshal who seized a fallen standard with his own hands and charged directly into the guns that killed him. It is worth naming, too, exactly what became of the same veteran commander this evening has already shown you, talking a frightened young king off the field at Mollwitz, because Kurt Christoph von Schwerin's own story did not end with that same early act of protective caution. At the Battle of Prague in May of 1757, fought during the same difficult early phase of the 7 Years' War that would go on to produce the reversal at Kolin only weeks later, Schwerin, by then 72 years old and among the most senior and most respected commanders in the whole of Frederick's own army, seized a fallen regimental standard from the hands of a wounded colour-bearer during a faltering Prussian assault, and personally led a renewed charge directly into the Austrian line, an act of considerable and genuinely startling personal courage for a man of his own age and his own rank, and was killed almost immediately, struck by grape shot at the very head of the charge he had just chosen to lead himself. A death several contemporary accounts describe as having helped rally the wavering Prussian assault to an eventual victory, even as it cost the army one of its own most experienced and most widely respected senior commanders. And it is worth naming honestly that Frederick himself, learning of Schwerin's own death, is reported to have mourned him with a depth of genuine feeling he rarely allowed himself to show for any of his own generals, an old soldier who had once shown a frightened young king real mercy at his own first battle, repaying that same mercy, 16 years later, with his own life. A partition measured out in acres, and in ordinary people who had no vote in the matter at all. It is worth returning too to the specific scale of what Frederick's own share of the 17th century partition of Poland actually amounted to, because the round numbers this evening has already given you deserve a slightly sharper edge. The territory of West Prussia that Frederick acquired amounted to something in the range of 20,000 square kilometres, a comparatively modest addition of land by the standards of the much larger shares Russia and Austria claimed for themselves in that same partition, but one that brought, by most careful modern estimates, something in the range of 600,000 additional subjects under Frederick's own crown, and closed, as this evening has already named, the single most strategically consequential territorial gap in the whole of Prussia's own geography, a comparatively small piece of paper, measured purely in acreage, that mattered to Frederick considerably more than its own modest size might otherwise suggest, precisely because of what it finally let the rest of his own scattered kingdom actually become, a single continuous and considerably more defensible whole rather than the permanently exposed patchwork this evening's own opening hours first described it as. A friendship that never quite recovered, and two old men who kept writing to each other anyway until one of them finally stopped. It is worth returning one final time to Voltaire, because the considerably cooler correspondence this evening has already described, resuming after the bitter falling out at Frankfurt, carried, across its own final years, a real and genuinely touching undertone of two aging men slowly making a kind of imperfect peace with a friendship neither one of them had ever quite managed to replace with anyone else. Voltaire, in his own final years, wrote to Frederick with a warmth that had genuinely softened since the anger of the early 1750s, and Frederick, for his own part, mourned Voltaire's own death in 1778 with real and evidently sincere feeling, composing, in the philosopher's own honour, a formal eulogy delivered before Frederick's own Berlin Academy, a gesture several biographers have read as Frederick's own final, quiet acknowledgement that whatever damage two brilliant and difficult men had once done to a friendship, neither of them handled particularly gracefully. The friendship itself, considered honestly across the whole of its own nearly 40-year span, had mattered to him considerably more than the anger of any single argument along the way ever actually managed to erase. A second palace, built deliberately grand specifically to prove a treasury the war had not actually broken. It is worth naming, too, one final piece of Frederick's own architectural legacy, because it sits in genuinely striking and genuinely deliberate contrast to the modest, private retreat this evening has already described him building at Sanssouci. In the years immediately following the Peace of Hubertusburg, Frederick commissioned an enormous and lavishly decorated second palace at Potsdam, the Neues Palais, or New Palace, completed in 1769 at a scale and an expense considerably beyond anything Sanssouci itself had ever attempted. And it is worth naming honestly exactly why Frederick chose to build so ostentatious a structure immediately after a war that had left his own kingdom genuinely exhausted, because the king himself, by several contemporary accounts, intended the building as a deliberate and calculated piece of political theatre aimed squarely at the rest of Europe, a visible and unmistakable demonstration that 7 years of continuous warfare had not, whatever the rest of the continent might have assumed, actually bankrupted or exhausted the kingdom that had somehow managed to fight 3 great powers simultaneously and survive, a palace built in the most literal sense to project confidence Frederick needed the watching courts of Vienna, Paris and St. Petersburg to genuinely believe in. 16 battles personally commanded across the whole of a single working lifetime, and a reputation that outlasted nearly every single one of the men who actually fought alongside him. It is worth pausing, briefly, on the sheer accumulated scale of Frederick's own personal battlefield record, because it is worth naming plainly one final time before this evening moves toward its own actual close. Across the whole of his own 46-year reign, Frederick personally commanded Prussian forces in something in the range of 16 major pitched battles, a body of direct battlefield experience considerably larger than nearly any other reigning European monarch of his own century actually accumulated, won considerably more of those same battles than he lost and built out of that same accumulated record, a reputation for tactical brilliance that later military academies this evening as already named would go on studying for the better part of the following 2 centuries, a reputation earned honestly, not through any single flawless campaign, but through the same hard, uneven, and often genuinely costly accumulation of victory and defeat alike. This whole evening has tried to walk you through, without ever once smoothing away the considerable cost of it, a watchmaker's universe, and a king who kept his own private faith carefully guarded from nearly everyone but his own closest correspondents. It is worth naming, finally, a little more of what Frederick himself actually believed, in private, about the God his own kingdom's official Lutheran and Calvinist churches both formally worshipped, because the tolerance this evening has already described him extending so broadly to Catholics, to Jews, and to Muslim settlers who never actually arrived, rested, in Frederick's own private case, on a personal faith considerably more sceptical than nearly any of his own subjects would likely have found comfortable to hear, preached openly from an actual Prussian pulpit. Frederick's own private correspondence, particularly with Voltaire, reveals a mind drawn considerably more toward the detached rationalist deism fashionable among educated Europeans of his own century, a conviction that some kind of ordering intelligence had likely set the universe in motion the way a watchmaker sets a finished watch ticking before stepping back to let it run entirely on its own, than toward any personal, providential faith in the specific doctrines of the Church. His own coronation oath formally bound him to defend, a private scepticism Frederick kept carefully separate from his own public religious policy across the whole of his own reign, extending real and practical tolerance to believers of every stripe precisely because his own private convictions left him, by his own admission, considerably less certain than any of them that one single church actually held the whole of the truth in the first place. A king who grew, in his own final decades, genuinely reluctant to let anyone actually paint him as he had actually become. It is worth naming too a small but genuinely telling detail about how Frederick's own physical image actually survives, and does not survive, across the whole of the historical record, because it tells us something real about how this same guarded private man wanted and did not want to be remembered. Frederick sat for formal portraits with real regularity across the earlier decades of his own reign, but grew, by nearly every account of his own final years, increasingly unwilling to sit for any new formal likeness. Once age, illness, and the accumulated physical toll of decades spent commanding armies in the field had visibly worn on him, so that a great many of the most familiar images of the aging old Fritz, stooped, snuff-stained, and leaning on a cane while walking his own beloved greyhounds through the gardens of Sanssouci, actually derive not from any formal sitting, the king himself consented to it all, but from discreet, unofficial sketches artists and visitors made from a careful and respectful distance. A king who had spent the whole of his own public life commanding armies and reshaping the map of Europe, choosing, in the privacy of his own final years, to withhold at least this one small remaining thing, an accurate and fully consented portrait of exactly what all of it had actually cost him, from a public that had by then spent the whole of his own reign watching nearly everything else about him instead. A word that still does real work in the English language, nearly 2.5 centuries after the king who made it famous had already died. It is worth naming finally, before this long night gathers everything back together one final time, that Frederick's own particular fusion of administrative rigour, military discipline, and unsentimental efficiency left behind it something considerably more durable than any single palace or any single battlefield monument, because the adjective Prussian itself, still used today across a great many different languages to describe a very specific flavour of rigid, disciplined, unsentimental thoroughness, whether applied with real admiration to an efficiently run institution or with real disapproval to an excessively rigid and excessively militarized one, carries inside it, whether the person reaching for the word today actually knows it or not, the direct and specific inheritance of the particular kingdom. This whole evening has spent so many hours describing being built, refined, and very nearly destroyed and rebuilt again, across the whole of a single extraordinary reign that began with a frightened prince forced to watch a friend die outside a fortress window, and ended 46 years later with an old man dying quietly in his own reading chair, surrounded by dogs, by books, and by a mountain of the kind of unglamorous state correspondence he had never once, across the whole of his own extraordinarily long working life, actually allowed himself to fully set down. Let us walk back now through everything this long night has actually shown you. It is worth gathering, here near the close of this whole story, the full shape of everything tonight has walked through, because a case built across this many separate hours can start to feel, by its own final stretch, like a scattered collection of episodes rather than the single connected argument this evening set out, at its very beginning, to actually make. We began at a fortress window in the freezing autumn of 1730, watching a frightened 18-year-old prince forced by his own father to witness a beloved friend's execution, a single morning of engineered cruelty that this whole evening has asked you to carry forward as the true origin point of nearly everything the grown man that same prince eventually became would go on to do. The caution, the coldness, the near total unwillingness to ever again let anyone close enough to genuinely wound him the way that single Morny had. We watched him forced into an unglamorous administrative apprenticeship at that same fortress, discovering there, almost by accident, a real talent for the unglamorous machinery of taxation and land management he would spend the whole of the rest of his own reign quietly relying on, and we watched him build, at Rheinsberg, in the brief years of genuine freedom his own father finally granted him, the first happy chapter of his own adult life, filling it with music, with poetry, and with the beginning of a correspondence with Voltaire that would run, with real interruptions, across the whole of the following 4 decades. We watched him inherit within a single day in the spring of 1740 both a kingdom and the specific, disciplined military and fiscal machine his own harsh father had spent 27 years quietly assembling, and we watched him take that same machine and gamble it. Within months, on the sudden and entirely unprovoked seizure of a rich Habsburg province he held, at absolute best, a genuinely tenuous legal claim to, a decision he himself later admitted, with a candour this evening has found genuinely rare, was driven considerably more by naked ambition than by any actual grievance. We watched him nearly lose his own nerve, and very nearly lose the battle itself at Mollwitz, saved only by an army his own father had built rather than by any generalship of his own, and we watched that same young general mature across 2 hard-fought Silesian wars into the commander capable of the disciplined night march, and the coordinated assault that shattered an Austrian and Saxon army at Hohenfriedberg only 4 years later. We watched him build, once peace had finally arrived, a private world at Sanssouci filled with flute music, with philosophy, and with a genuinely brilliant and genuinely quarrelsome company of Voltaire, a friendship that flowered and then curdled into open and mutually humiliating conflict within the space of only a few short years, and we watched him pursue, across these same years of peace, a programme of legal and religious reform genuinely significant enough to earn him, from Voltaire and from a great many other writers of his own century, the title of an enlightened king, even as that same enlightenment never once extended so far as to threaten the hereditary bondage still binding the great mass of his own ordinary peasant subjects to their own aristocratic landlords. We watched an entire coalition of Europe's largest and wealthiest powers turn against him almost overnight in the winter of 1756, and we watched him strike first, launching the 7 Years' War with an invasion of Saxony that would, before it was finally over, cost his own kingdom 500,000 lives and very nearly its own continued existence. We watched him win, at Rossbach and at Leuthen, within the space of a single extraordinary month, 2 of the cleanest and most thoroughly studied tactical victories in the whole history of European warfare, and we watched him fall, less than 2 years later at Kunersdorf, into a defeat so total that he carried poison in his own pocket, rather than survive to witness what he believed, in that same darkest hour, was the certain and irreversible destruction of everything he had spent 2 decades building. We watched him saved, in the end, not by any further stroke of his own considerable genius, but by the plain, undeserved accident of a Russian empress's own natural death, a deliverance history would remember as a miracle, and one a considerably darker regime would go on, in the final catastrophic weeks of an entirely different war nearly 2 centuries later, to invoke in vain. We watched him rebuild, with the same unglamorous administrative discipline this whole evening's opening hours first showed him learning at Kustrin, a kingdom left in ashes by 7 years of continuous warfare, draining marshland, recruiting hundreds of thousands of new settlers, and establishing granaries against the kind of famine that had once devastated ordinary Prussian communities in earlier and considerably less carefully governed generations. And we watched him, in his own final quiet decades, help carve apart a weakened neighbouring kingdom at a conference table, rather than risk another war he no longer had the appetite for. Fight one final, deliberately bloodless campaign remembered today, if it is remembered at all, by the name of a vegetable, and grow old, genuinely alone, estranged from the wife his own father had once forced on him, finding whatever private tenderness still remained to him in a small pack of greyhounds, and in letters to a small circle of friends and philosophers scattered across a Europe he had spent his own entire adult life reshaping. It is worth remembering one final time that this whole long arc, a beaten prince to a calculating conqueror, to a near-suicidal king rescued by pure historical accident to a patient, unglamorous rebuilder of exactly the kingdom his own recklessness had once nearly destroyed, was never actually two separate stories. A reforming philosopher king standing apart from a ruthless and calculating conqueror. It was always one single story, told by a century that never once needed its own greatest rulers to be simple in order to believe, with real and considered seriousness, that they had also genuinely, formidably, and at real and lasting human cost, changed the whole shape of the world around them. Every hand that shaped this story. It is worth naming, here at the very end, everyone whose own hand actually shaped the long night you have just spent with us, because a story told across this many hours belongs to more than the single king standing at its own centre. There was Frederick William, the harsh and unsentimental soldier king who built, out of sheer administrative discipline and genuine personal austerity, the treasury and the army his own son would go on to spend so recklessly, and who never once, so far as any surviving record shows, fully reconciled the cruelty of a fortress window with the deathbed tenderness of his own final words. There was Hans Hermann von Katte, who died at 26 for a friendship he never once tried to disown, even in his own final moments, and whose own quiet courage at that same Küstrin scaffold this evening has carried, honestly, across the whole of tonight's long story as its own true opening wound. There was Wilhelmina, who shared in the worst of a shared childhood, and remained, across the whole of her own brother's adult life, the one person he appears to have never once needed to guard himself against, and whose own memoirs still let historians 3 centuries later stand, however briefly, inside a childhood the rest of the record only ever describes from the outside. There was Voltaire, brilliant and vain, and genuinely wounded by a friendship that curdled to dinner table, neither man ever quite learned how to share peacefully, and who nonetheless kept writing back, decade after decade, because whatever else had gone wrong between them, neither one of these two difficult, towering minds ever actually found anyone else quite so worth arguing with. There was Maupertuis and Algarotti and La Métrie, who ate a whole truffle partie rather than moderate a single one of his own considerable appetites, and who found, in a Prussian court his own century's other capitals had judged him too dangerous to safely house, the one place willing to let him keep thinking out loud. There was Christian Wolfe, recalled from an unjust exile on the very first days of an entirely new reign, and Elizabeth Christine, who spent 53 quiet, patient, largely unacknowledged years married to a man who almost never once came to see her. There was Schwerin, who talked a frightened young king off his own first battlefield and let an army built by that same king's own father win the day without him, and Seydlitz, whose own cavalry broke an enemy column at Rossbach in less time than it takes most listeners to fall properly asleep tonight. There was Maria Theresa, who wept, by Frederick's own cruel private observation, and kept right on taking her own share of a dying neighbour's territory anyway, and who spent 15 patient years rebuilding an army specifically to make her own next war with Frederick a considerably fairer fight than the first one had ever actually been. There was Empress Elizabeth of Russia, who hated Frederick with a personal ferocity that helped assemble the coalition that very nearly destroyed him, and who then, through nothing more dramatic than the ordinary and unglamorous fact of her own death, saved him instead. There was Immanuel Kant praying from a Königsberg pulpit for a foreign empress's health, while working out in the same quiet years the beginnings of a philosophy that would go on to outlast every single one of the kings and empires this whole evening has spent tonight describing. There was the barber, or the shopkeeper, whichever version of the story survives most faithfully, who hung a mocking print in his own window, and found, to his own considerable and genuinely pleasant surprise, that the king he had mocked simply asked to have it hung a little lower. And there was every unnamed Saxon farmer, every unnamed Silesian weaver, and every unnamed conscripted Prussian soldier billeted in someone else's own home, or marched under someone else's own orders toward a battlefield he had never personally chosen to stand on. The genuinely uncounted many whose own labour, whose own harvests, and whose own lives actually built and paid for and fought for the whole of the transformation this long night has spent so many of its own hours describing, from considerably further up the chain of command than where they themselves actually stood. That brings us at last to the end of tonight's long journey together, through a frightened prince forced to watch a friend die outside a fortress window, and the calculating, formidable, and genuinely lonely king that same prince eventually became, a man who could gamble the whole of his own kingdom's existence on a single winter's invasion, and then spend the following 4.5 decades quietly, patiently, and with real personal discipline rebuilding everything that same recklessness had once nearly cost him. It is worth remembering, as you drift now toward whatever rest is waiting for you tonight, that Frederick himself never once needed the story of his own life to resolve cleanly into either triumph or tragedy in order to keep believing across 46 years of nearly continuous and genuinely exhausting labour that the kingdom he was building was worth every single one of the costs this evening has asked you to weigh honestly alongside its own considerable achievements. Whatever is keeping you awake tonight, whatever weight you are still quietly carrying the way a young crown prince once carried the memory of a single freezing November morning for the whole of the rest of his own long life, it is worth remembering that even the most formidable and the most carefully constructed reputations in the whole of human history were built, in the end, by people every bit as frightened, every bit as flawed, and every bit as capable of both real cruelty and real tenderness as anyone lying awake in the dark tonight actually is. Thank you for spending these long, quiet hours with us tonight. If this story kept you company, please consider liking it and subscribing to the channel, only if you genuinely mean it, and remember that this channel's stories are also waiting for you on Spotify, if you would rather listen there next time, or right back here on YouTube if Spotify is where you found us first. Leave your own location and your own local time down in the comments if you would like to, and let yourself imagine, as you finally close your eyes, some other listener somewhere else on this same turning earth, settling in under a completely different sky, hearing this same slow story of ambition, war, and quiet, unglamorous rebuilding drift toward its own end. Close your eyes now, let the room fall quiet, and let the story settle, the way an old story always eventually does, into something closer to rest than to ending. Good night and sweet dreams.